Okay, can I ask everyone to please take their seats? We are ready to get started. Good morning. I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I'll ask that the clerk deliver the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? No. Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on July 17th and the special meetings on August 28th and September 6th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Ainsley, all those in favor? By show of hands, opposed, carried. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the clerk. Commissioners, we will now begin with the review of the order paper. Item 1, Chief Executive Officer's Report, September 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from TTC Interim CEO Greg Percy. Item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT, general monthly meetings for June 27th and July 25th, 2024. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the ACAT Chair. Item 3, the Innovation and Sustainability Strategy. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? Can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 4, the Fair Compliance Action Plan, response to member motions. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 5, Line 2 modernization, next steps on new subway train procurement and automatic train control. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 6, easier access design services contracts, WSP Canada Group Limited and ACOM Canada Limited, procurement amendment authorizations. Would anyone like to hold this item? Nope. Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Item 7, financial and major projects update for the period ended June 29th, 2024. Would anyone like to hold this item? Commissioner Osborne. Item 8, procurement authorization, Hillcrest Streetcar Maintenance and Storage Facility. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne, all those in favor? Opposed? Carries. Item 9, procurement authorization, enterprise asset management, EAM, system implementation services. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone remove the report recommendations?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 10, procurement authorization for TTC all-risk property insurance renewal. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendation?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 11, procurement authorization, supply of genuine Cummins bus engines and parts. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne?
Councillor Matlow's hand.
Commissioner Osborne, All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item 12, approval of the public art concept for Keel Station. I will hold this item in my name. Item 2025, schedule of meetings. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, can I have someone move the report recommendations? Commissioner Osborne, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 14, recruitment of a permanent CEO. We have
Mr. Chair, sorry, I have a speaker listed for number 13 on my list. Did they?
The deputant on that item withdrew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Item 14, recruitment of a permanent CEO. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 15, notice of motion, automatic streetcar cameras by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Commissioner Chris Moyes. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 16, notice of motion, advancing automatic streetcar enforcement to address urgent safety concerns by Commissioner Diane Sachs, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. We have speakers registered on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 17, notice of motion, misleading fossil fuel advertisements on TTC by Commissioner Diane Sachs, seconded by Commissioner Paul Ainsley. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 18, a notice of motion, continuing free Wi-Fi service by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 19, advice from external counsel. I'll hold this item for questions in confidential session. That concludes the review of the order paper. I'd like to propose that we consider the two automated enforcement items together, and further that we time the committee of the whole confidential session at 11 a.m. as we have outside attendees for the item. The clerk has placed the motion on the screen. Do I have to read it? No. Okay. All those in favor of amending the order paper? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. So on to item 1, the CEO's report, September 2024, the first item of business. I'll invite interim CEO Greg Percy to address the board. And I just want to start off with a big TTC welcome to Greg Percy for his first TTC board meeting.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, first TTC board meeting, not first board meeting. I've attended many board meeting at Metrolink, but this is exciting. This is a game changer. This is the beginning of week 3 for me in this role. It's an interesting week because this is a Rail Safety Week in the industry in Canada. TTC is part of that. And I think for futures, we'll probably step up that visibility even more so than now. So it's a big deal. It's all about safety. We'll talk a bit more about that. The key message is about, and it's a key message not just this year, but every year, stay off the tracks, stay alive, stay safe. And we see this every day. And whether it's TTC or Metrolinx or Mississauga Transit, whatever it may be, people are too close. People don't understand that machinery in our industry is unforgiving. And tragedy is only a step away. So it's very good. And a lot of this is orchestrated through the Railway Association of Canada. And they have a major lifesaver program that we will be part of, and that we actually are a bit of today, but we're going to join as members. So TTC does place safety above all. Customer service is an immediate priority right behind safety, but safety has to be number 1. We do remind our customers to stay off the track. Stay off the tracks is our message. It needs to be repeated. It needs to be repeated daily if we can. But there's also a crossover onto our bus team as well. Our buses cross railway tracks as part of their operating network when there's multiple tracks, and there can be up to 3 tracks in some places in the GTA. It's a big deal. So there's protocols well established within the TTC bus group to stop and look both ways before you cross, and then look again. Because when you have 3 tracks, you can have a train coming in either direction at any time. You absolutely have to take the next step, and there's no shortcuts allowed. I'm going to move on. This is something that I think is new to the TTC board, but it's how you recognize special employees at TTC. And so we have 2 joining us today. And I'm very excited about introducing both of these folks. We'll do one at a time. And I'll give you a little bit of a story, backline or two to it, because it's worth remembering and worth recognizing. We are joined today by David Boudrum. Wave, David, over there. There he is. David's a 7-year veteran with TTC. He's a bus operator out of our Mount Dennis division. On September 16th at around noon, Toronto Police Services issued a missing child alert. This is for a 10-year-old girl. TTC in response issued something called, it's a text, and it's called Be on the Lookout. That goes out to all our bus drivers and basically carries the message of the Amber Alert. And it's targeted into the areas where the child was last seen. So about 5 p.m., so this is 5 hours after the fact, a customer on board David's bus went up to David as the operator and said, there's a child in the back who looks like she's alone. And it could be the person who an Amber Alert was released on. David is a dad, and like moms, dads have a special place for kids. And so David stopped the bus, got up, walked back, sat beside the little girl and asked if she was okay. She said, fine. But what David really was doing, and it was very smart on his part, was to actually match her description to the one that he received in the text. And he was satisfied that this was the girl that was missing. So David then called transit control. They put together a plan of attack. They moved forward. It had to be managed carefully because we didn't want the girl to notice something was changing and to get up and leave. So well done to David and the team because that didn't happen. So transit control reached out to Toronto Police Services. They arrived. Smartly, the police officer took off anything that would be intimidating, sunglasses, hats and stuff, and just became a friend to the girl and made sure she was okay. And then she was escorted off the bus and then connected with her family. So I think this is a phenomenal story about not just David, but the entire TTC team working together as a team. And I think that is a pride point for TTC, certainly is for me. So David, on behalf of the entire TTC team, I want to publicly thank you for what you did, how you did it, and for caring. Caring is a lost, yes. We've added a commendation letter to David's file, and this had a happy ending, and David gets big credit for doing so. He made it happen. So I think it's worth another round of applause. I think we're going to do a photo. Yeah, okay. Well, the good news doesn't end there. This is a different kind of good news. Denora, and I'm going to get this right because we practiced before, didn't we, Denora? It's a good Lithuanian Canadian name, and it's a Gerezauskas. I'm looking for her to. There she is. Close? Not bad? Good. I think I'm going to have to say that once, and that's a good thing. Denora has been with TTC for 50 years. And I think that's tremendous. And I said, you must have started like when you were 5 or something. Yeah, that is phenomenal. Denora began her career with TTC on September 30th, 1974. She moved up through the print shop area into printing engineering designs. And right now she's a forms analyst, assistant, and a forms designer. And still in the print shop. So there isn't probably much you don't know about the print shop at TTC. So I think 50 years is a remarkable achievement in any company. So I think it was so appropriate for us to celebrate with you 50 years. I said, I'm 42 years in the industry, but I'll never catch up to you. So kudos to you. So if we could please have a round of applause, a warm round of applause for Denora. And this is the exercise part. We're back up there for another photo. My next introduction is to the leadership team of TTC and to a special member. Josie has worked at the City of Toronto. She's leading us on budget. No easy task at the best of times. So Josie's going to walk you through where we are in our budget and respond to questions as they may come up. Josie will be joined by Lawrence Louis. He's in our service planning team for some aspects of what Josie's going to present. Josie, we're over to you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Chair, members of the board, and of course the public that's joining us. So we're here today to provide you a status of where we are in the 25 budget process, as well as to give you some context as we enter our fall session of meetings. Next slide, please. So just before we get into the 25 status, I'd just like to remind the board a little bit about what happened in 24, just so we have that backdrop. So as a reminder, the 24 budget was approved and some of the highlights are noted here. We were attentive to affordability challenges, and as a result, there was no fare increase. We did restore service from about 95% to 97% of pre-COVID levels, which we are seeing the results of in September. We had to deal with the preparation for Line 5 and Line 6, and of course, the replacement of the Line 3 SRT, and so there was funding placed in the budget for that. And we had new investments for our safety, security, and well-being program, as well with a focus on rolling out the beginnings of a people strategy. And finally, to note, we still had COVID impacts. However, the city was able to provide us with about a 28% increase in funding, or $272 million, which essentially closed the revenue gap coming out of the COVID pandemic impacts. On the capital side, we repurposed over $500 million from our existing funding envelopes to address critical priorities, particularly for in-flight projects. We added state of good repair funding to address any risks on Line 2 and ensured that our 1/3 share for the trains, the new subway trains, was made available, subject to getting the funding from both the province and the federal government. And we continue to have funding in place to ensure that our hybrid buses, e-buses, charging infrastructure, and streetcars could be delivered. And finally, we continued work on major capacity improvement projects and ensured that we were able to advance our program on business modernization and establish a steady state for cybersecurity. The other key feature in 2024 was that as a result of the Ontario-Toronto New Deal, we were the recipients of funding of $75 million in 2024 to help support the costs of the Line 5 and Line 6 startup. We also were the recipients of $100 million for our overall funding towards our safety security program, as well as our transit operations. And the province agreed to fund their 1/3 share of the subway trains, subject to federal funding, which, as part of the report on the NST, today we are still awaiting for that announcement. And finally, at the time, we were not aware what the number was. However, we knew that funds being freed up from the upload of the Don Valley Parkway and the Gardner would provide some reallocation to the TTC, which we now know through the July council approval is $500 million. Next slide. So where are we in terms of our results? You'll see in our agenda item number 7 today that to date, based on the results, our operating spending is at about 91% of our planned spending for the 6-month period, and a projected spending of 98%. Some under expenditures that we're seeing in the first 6 months, primarily due to a delay in some of the vacancies, as well as some savings that we'll be capturing in 2025, as well as increased revenue that's exceeding our budgeted requirements. And for the full year, we're expecting to be at 98 and expecting those same trends to continue. On our capital side, I'm happy to say that we have not only maximized, but potentially over-maximized our capital spending, and right now we're tracking at about 101% as we try to accelerate a lot of the critical capital work, and by year end we project to be at about 97%, of which the base program is projected about 99%. And on revenue, we are tracking above budget, and so to date we're seeing us overall at about 79%, almost 80%, and reached almost 81% of our revenue, and we expect that to continue into to the end of 24. And finally, there were new investments that were approved by this board and by City Council. And here's just a quick status on where we sit. As you know, we had fully implemented our system safety, cleanliness, and well-being program with all positions filled, and our execution of it over the fall-winter months of 23-24, and that was the subject of the report that you saw by the Chief Safety Officer earlier this summer. We are on track to complete our green standards updates with all our construction requirements. There is a round 2, and that continues. And our support for modern TO work is underway with recruitment there. In our people strategy, much of the work there was somewhat impacted by collective bargaining, as all folks were hands on deck in the first 6 months. but I'm happy to say that work around our employee engagement strategy will happen before year end. And we also had funded mental health training, which was waiting for the outcome of a psychological safety report's recommendations, which is now complete, and that work is aligned. And finally, we have 3 travel trainers to support our Wheel-Trans. They're in place, and they have been working to help new registrants navigate the system. And finally, I'd just like to remind the board that in '24, we had an outlook for '25 and '26, and what we saw was inflation, service demand, of course, some transit expansion costs driving those increases in 2025 and '26. But of course, with the funding from the provincial government, some of that was reduced. And so what we saw was a pressure of tracking at about $74 million net for 2025, but we were clear to say at the time that that did not include any impacts arising out of collective bargaining, nor any service acceleration or service improvements that might be considered for our deliberations in 2025. And so now as we look to 2025, some of the challenges that are sitting before us, so I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to just provide the board with some of this information. And so clearly, customer experience satisfaction continues to be critical for us to retain and attract new riders. Our changing travel patterns and evolving customer demands are key factors for how we plan service, and you'll hear about that in a few minutes from my colleague Lawrence Louie. Traffic congestion is having an impact on our reliability, our predictability, our speed, and our costs. And so there's, as we know, major construction isn't going away, and there are plans at least for the next 8 to 10 years. So it's something that we're addressing, obviously. And finally, the sense of safety is also key for our riders, and that has, without that, it has an adverse effect on customer satisfaction. So that continues to be a major priority for us. Toronto's growing, and we're seeing that over the next 5 years, about 150,000 new people, 53,000 new jobs, and that, of course, will impact our service demand and growth. And we're also seeing, because of changing demographics, a sharp increase in Wheel-Trans service, with new registrants increasing by about 8%. Now, the city has sent some directions to us and has asked us to look at coming in at a target of 0 after their funding of our collective bargaining costs. And so given some of the demands that we're seeing in our cost structure, particularly around our fixed costs, we'll be endeavoring to try to figure out how to do that without impacting service. As we will see in a few moments, we continue to face pressures around our fixed costs, the impacts of capital, and cost escalation in some particular areas, notably WSIB, and we'll talk a bit about that. And finally, the $500 million is a really good start in helping us meet our capital needs, and we'll identify what that impact is. However, to be successful, we really need some ongoing sustained commitment to state of good repair funding, and in particular, the need for matching funding to leverage intergovernmental funding programs, particularly for our bus replacements, because that continues to be an area of concern, which, if not replaced, ultimately impacts service. Okay, next slide. So what we're seeing in 25, of course, is some key elements here that are impacting our base budget. Clearly, collective bargaining results, fixed operating costs, and our ability to maintain service reliability are sort of the key items. So just working from the bottom up, which is really our base budget. These are the pressures required to maintain current service levels. And so we are obviously dealing with the incremental costs of cost of living adjustments, our benefits inflation, and our WSIB costs, which we'll look at in a moment. With more capital construction, of course, we have the operating impacts of capital, and our enterprise asset management is focusing in on where we have gaps and making sure we have the right funding for asset management purposes. You may recall that there was a one-time funding source that was used of $25 million, so that gets reversed. So those are kind of where we're seeing the base pressures for 2025. But of course, revenue coming from both our 24 experience and what we project for 25, as well as what work we are doing around looking for efficiencies that do not impact service. We'll actually try to help mitigate some of those pressures. So now I'm just going to turn this over to Lawrence for the next few slides to talk to you a little bit about what we're seeing regarding our service budget. Lawrence?
Great, thanks, Josie. As we see on the slide right here, this is a slide that is similar to one we presented last year as part of the annual service plan, which identifies where we are right now, some of the core requirements we see going into 2025, as well as opportunities for improvements. A big change this year that we didn't have last year is the approval of the 5-year service plan, which was approved by the board back in May. That gives us a framework for where we could invest, especially when we look at improvements to beyond our core requirements. In the middle there, you see our base regular service, which is what we are operating by the end of this year, which represents about 9.2 million hours of service over the course of 2025, and that represents 97% of pre-pandemic service hours, where most of it is on bus, 100% of it is of pre-pandemic on bus, and we continue to lag behind on streetcar and subway, primarily due to the shifts in commuter demand. In going into 2025, what we see as our core requirements is really 3 key pieces right now in terms of LRT and other base pressures. So that includes operating the LRT and the bus network changes to support that. Second is some interim impacts, and these are very minor, of e-bus transition as we roll out more e-buses across the network and some changes there, as well as mitigating some streetcar storage constraints that we see as a result of continuing work to expand our storage at Hillcrest and at Russell Yard. In terms of the 5-year service plan investments in the first year, we have 2 pieces. The first is really about maintaining our service, which is maintaining service as it is today in terms of the crowding, in terms of the reliability, and in terms of matching capacity to demand. So you'll see those are the 4 items there. However, on the right, we're under the bucket of getting back on track. The first year investments in the 5-year service plan was really to make sure that our service meets our board-approved service standards. That will require a fairly significant investment, which we are quantifying right now with better data that we're having from the spring and into the fall. And then we will be back later this fall with an understanding of what that type of investment may be. We'll also give an opportunity if there are other board directed improvements that we want to see to our network that will provide those options later on. Next slide. We showed this map back in January in terms of some of our hotspots, but we do want to talk about congestion again, and I'll go to the next slide where we talk about a little bit more in detail and what that means. Often my team has to deal with improving service reliability, which largely is about increasing the travel times on our schedules to reflect the congestion that we see on the road. We really have 2 options when we deal with this, either a no change in operating cost or one that does cost more money. And on here, the Jane is a perfect example. Between 2020 and 2024, it's taking buses more than 25 minutes longer to finish a round trip. We could simply not add anything, which means longer waits. But then if we are to add buses to maintain the wait, just that one period alone would cost us $650,000 a year. So this is really, when we're talking about the need for transit priority, this is where we're at. Next slide. And this is a summary of some of those changes of how travel times have changed between 2020 and 2024, depending on what level of transit priority we see. And what we see here very clearly is in our mixed traffic routes, travel times and speeds are worsening at a rate double than to where we have transit priority. So as we continue to seek more transit priority across the city, and we're encouraged by some of that progress over the past few months, we look forward to improving the productivity, speed, and attractivity of our service. And I'll pass it back to Josie.
Thank you, Lawrence. So as I indicated, with some of our fixed costs are rising, and we heard about this last year, but they continue to rise. And so what we're facing in 2025 is a pressure of about 27 million, which is a sizable increase from where we started pre-pandemic at about 8.8 million, and projecting at about almost 75 million this year. And so what are we seeing here in particular? So what this slide shows you is really kind of the trend line of the different types of claims. just quite quickly, the orange, or yellowish on the screen are those claims associated with physical types of injuries. And as you can see over time, that's reduced from about 45% down to 24%. But those that are sitting above that is really what's growing, and we can see that's moved from about 39% to 57%. And that's claims related to assaults, traumatic stress, and stressful events. And what we are seeing is that there are more claims, but also that the duration is longer. So we're looking at various initiatives, both at the front end and the back end of how we address WSIB claims internally to see what we can actually do, as well as to ensure that we're doing whatever we can on the safety side for our staff. And finally, the other kind of key driver here is our revenue. And so our report today talks about projected $36 million that we anticipate to year end. That will be our starting point for 2025. And so we'll capture those results as part of our 25 budget, as well as look to the September results that we have here, which traditionally we see ridership goes up. That helps us to solidify our forecast to year end, and also is used to inform our revenue growth for 2025. Okay, just quickly on our capital. We can move to our capital. So you've seen this many times, but just to set the context, that really our pressures are on our unfunded, that total the $35.5 billion based on our 24 capital investment plan. And this is really the starting point of as we try to assess our priorities through our capital planning process. The next slide you have also seen as we've identified where our capital priorities are. And the message here has been that really our base program is our first priority. And then there are others that we are seeing on the transit side. Of course, Transform TO and Platform Edge Doors are aspirational, but as well as projects that are sitting in the city's budget around transit expansion as well. But for the TTC, that base program, particularly our state of good repair, is our key priority. Our report in July laid out our key state of good repair priorities, and these are informing our capital planning and budgeting and how we allocate our budget. And of course, these included, but was not limited to ensuring that we could secure the 2/3 share of the Line 2 replacement trains, that we needed to ensure that we had funding in place for a bus fleet replacement and our overhauls, as well as ensuring that our infrastructure facilities for Line 1 and streetcar fleet overhaul programs could be funded. That priorities report is guiding the work that we're doing on our capital process. So from a staff level, we are calibrating our capital plan, ensuring that and adding what's the new 10th year funding as we roll it over to make sure that there's any additional freed up funds within our envelope to address cost escalation for in-flight projects, deal with any emergent critical priorities, ensuring that Line 2 state of good repair is funded, and also trying to advance on our energy efficiency and resiliency measures identified in the report that you approved today so far. The additional $500 million in funding that's coming from the city is also being placed as the next key priority, which is our fleet overhaul funding gaps. As you may recall, these were presented to you, and what it showed was in the blue section what was funded, and in the red what was not funded. And so as a result of the $500 million that the city has provided to the TTC, we'll be able to fully fund our subway car overhaul program over the 10 years. And for our streetcar, the first relatively to the end of 2030, the first 5 years, that takes us to the entire overhaul program for existing streetcars, leaving us really the next generation of work unfunded. And for our bus fleet, I'm happy to say that that will be fully funded as well. So that gives us predictability of funding. It allows us to now have a program that ensures that our existing fleet is funded. However, that still leaves us with funding requirements for our bus replacement program. And that's where we need to ensure, and we'll be looking to seek requests for funding to ensure we have the matching funding should any available funding be made available. So finally, where are we in the process? So our work continues. We're refining our pressures. We're looking to confirm our customer demand and ridership revenue based on our September results. We seek to find an updated commencement date for service on Line 5 and Line 6. The work that we're doing on fare compliance will help inform a preliminary revenue target that we'll be putting into the budget. On the capital side, as we finalize our capital plans, we need to ensure that we integrate the interdependent capital projects to ensure that there's coordination of resources, the use of work cars, and access to the system, and you'll hear more about that in the fall. And finally, work with confirming capital funding availability from the city. The last, of course, is to finalize any new investment priorities, both with our new interim CEO and the board. And the next slide kind of reminds you of some of the seminal reports that have been approved by the board that is directing some of the priorities. And finally, to say that all of that will be aligned with the 5 strategic directions on the corporate plan that you've approved to ensure that we're advancing on those priorities. Final slide is the timelines, and so where are we in the process? So over the summer, we've been working on that. We've had to send some preliminary estimates to the city that we continue to work on. We're here today with an update to the board. More work in October, and I'd like to just note for the board that at your October board meeting, you'll have some key reports that'll help inform some of these priorities, and they're listed to the left and bottom there. While that is happening, we work with the city through their administrative review process, as well as the budget committee informal reviews. We're aiming to have a board special budget meeting in December, and then we begin the city's budget process. And with that, I conclude our presentation. I'm hoping that provides you with the context.
Thanks, Josie. I think we're going to hold questions until after the next presentation. I'd like to introduce, who probably doesn't need an introduction to this group, but Fort Monaco. He's our Chief of Ops and Infrastructure. I think we've all heard about the reduced speed zones, restricted speed zones. They have different names, but Fort's going to walk you through the why. And being a veteran in the industry, this is really important stuff. And what Fort will speak to is the consistency of why we need to do this. And Fort, you're over there. You're so fast. Thank you. Over to you, Fort.
All right, thank you, Greg. And good morning, colleagues, board members, and a hello to all our YouTube viewers. Today, I'll offer a brief presentation on the state of our restricted speed zones across our subway lines and their importance to keeping the system safe and in a state of good repair. Specifically, we will be highlighting why restricted travel speeds are implemented, the challenges associated with their removals, why 2024 has brought with it an increase in restricted speed zones, where the restricted speed zones are, and what our short and long-term plans are to address. Next slide, please. Restricted speed zones are generally a proactive, above and beyond strategy that is utilized as part of safely prolonging the life of an aging track infrastructure asset until it can be renewed or replaced. There are also times when a restricted speed zone is implemented to support planned ongoing state of good repair work. For example, if we have to support the construction involved in replacing a switch turnout, there's pre-construction or as part of construction activities that do require to put a restricted speed zone in. So restricted speed zones are at times very much a planned activity. TTC has a rigorous track inspection protocol that includes a number of redundant processes to ensure that track defects are identified, corrected, and replaced. And if defects are found, a restricted speed may be warranted based on the severity of the discovered defect. At that point, the speed remains restricted at that particular speed until such time as the discovered defect is addressed. Next slide, please. So what are some of these track inspection methods? Well, number one, as you've all heard, the track geometric survey of the system is done. These surveys aim to assess track age, alignment, elevation, and track surface, and are performed by survey equipment mounted to moving vehicles to assess the track condition and performance under train loading. Secondly, we also have track patrol teams that are out visually inspecting every kilometer of our railway every 72 hours, cataloging faults based on risk, severity, for either addressing immediately or within certain timelines. Thirdly, we have the non-destructive test teams who perform annual ultrasonic rail inspection and quality track welding assurance functions. These technologies assess and captures internal rail defects not seen by the visual inspections. Fourthly, we also have a track inspection vehicle that inspects the systems using cameras as a redundant process to the visual inspections. And lastly, we also have senior and experienced track roadmaster, track engineers, and track management teams conducting annual visual inspections of the track to validate the work of our track patrollers. All of these inspection methods can implement a restricted speed. The key thing to note is that the implementation of a restricted speed is to ensure that the system remains safe, and not implemented because the track asset is unsafe. While we do realize the negative impacts that these restricted speeds have on our customers due to the increased travel times, I want to assure our customers that the TTC rail is safe. Next slide, please. Now, the window that TTC crews have to complete nightly maintenance work is less than many other transit systems. Once revenue trains have cleared their lines, work cars are dispatched and then travel to the work site. The work zone has to be set up, and traction power has to be isolated. Employees then have an approximate average of 90 minutes per night to complete the repair work. Many other transit systems don't operate subway service for as long as the TTC does, and if they do, other infrastructure is available to perform maintenance work without impacting service. Unfortunately, as you've heard in the previous conversation, a congested city with numerous ongoing and future expansion works, along with a forecasted customer growth in subway transit, will find increased demands and potential further tightening of the TTC maintenance windows, necessitating the need to explore widening the current maintenance window. And what I will say, even when work is completed, there is a 48 to 72-hour period to allow the train loading to occur in our open cut sections before the restricted speed can be removed. The formula for success for not only clearing restricted speed zones, but basically performing all ongoing state of good repair work and current and expansion works here is to find an appropriate balance between track time, optimally trained resources, fully functioning and reliable equipment, all within an environment of competing requests for time and space. We need to ensure that the work is completed in a safe and timely manner to guarantee full availability of all assets, adhering to critical project schedules on many other high-profile projects in our system. Next slide, please. As mentioned at a previous board meeting, in 2024, the TTC moved to a biannual geometry track survey, thus adding additional data points to our rail maintenance and state of good repair strategy. But in doing so, more data leads to more timely information now that require response to ensure that the track geometry is within certain tolerances of original track construction. As these defects have been reviewed and assessed and corrected, other defects from the aforementioned track inspection protocols have developed, and as such, our restricted speed zones may appear to continue to increase without no end in sight. I can assure our customers that this is not the case, and we have been working continuously throughout the last several months to address them as quickly as possible. As the slide above outlines, since May 2024, we have removed a total of 65 restricted speed zones and yet have implemented 85 in that same time frame. Next slide, please. We recognize that our customers who are traveling through the restricted speed zones have longer trip times. In most cases, extra time and frustration is added to a commute because of a single or a combination of restricted speed zones. The current impact is greatest for those traveling through the multiple zones along the Spadina lines. For example, if you're on Line 1 southbound from Wilson to Union, the commute is approximately 15 minutes longer than normal, assuming there are no other impacts elsewhere on the line at that same time. And if there are, the commute will be longer and unfortunately more frustrating. I do want to stress, though, that we are acutely aware of the impact on our customers, and we're working hard to correct the issues and get the speeds back to normal as soon as possible. And when instances do occur that lengthens the commute, we are working hard to better communicate these events to our customers. Next slide, please. So, what are we doing about it? Number one, regular maintenance continues to meet all industry best practices. It may be tempting to relent on our current standards to accelerate the removal of our restricted speed zones, but we believe it is necessary to respect each of our inspections in terms of frequency and diligence. Keeping to our current standards is paramount to upholding the safety and availability of our rail network. Secondly, improving work car fleet reliability. As mentioned, our tight window is there, so we need to be as efficient as possible. And as such, the requirement of properly maintained and available work cars to execute the work is paramount to maximizing the efficient use of our limited track time. TTC vehicles and infrastructure teams meet regularly to offer strategies to keep the equipment on the road and fully available, while also ensuring these vehicles receive the required maintenance they require to themselves remain safe and reliable. Thirdly, increasing the skills and training of our track employees is key. And as presented at previous board meetings, the TTC continues to revamp our track training program to ensure that our staff and unionized employees are the best in the business. Lastly, we continue to explore options to increase maintenance windows. The onus is on us to find creative solutions to complicated problems created by these tight windows. We realize the inconvenience that planned weekend closures have on our customers and are exploring alternate options like increased number of nightly subway diversions with larger geographical areas in the coming months and years. Next slide, please. Long term, as we have stated previously, we want to continue to evolve our business practices to increase efficiencies via increased track time, availability of tooling and resources, while implementing proven technologies to become even better maintainers of TTC's critical infrastructures. We look at introducing additional track inspection technologies and ask ourselves, how can technology assist us to flag defects long before they actually become defects? I can assure everyone that our goal is always to fix before failure without a restricted speed zone rather than implementing a restricted speed zone to fix. Acquiring our own ultrasonic and geometry equipment is something that's in the works. If we can do this ourselves, we believe we can control the data and the timelines of the inspections while modernizing our ultrasonic technology that gives us more frequent and timely data, driving and modernizing our processes. And lastly, in partnership with Gary Downey's Enterprise Asset Management team, we want to continue to invest in a rigorous EAM program that allows us to evolve our maintenance and state of good repair replacement practices with the use of proper knowledge and data so our customers aren't inconvenienced like they have been in 2024. A future board report is planned to provide further updates and a more detailed overview of this work. Next slide and final slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I want to assure our customers we understand your frustration and are working on addressing these restricted speeds as quickly as possible. I hope I have demonstrated that our track network is safe and that the dedicated TTC subway track team is doing everything possible to complete these repairs as soon as possible. I also want to state that we are working on being as efficient as we can be with the available track maintenance window we have, knowing the pressures that the current and future state of good repair, expansion, modernization works will bring to our maintenance works as assets continue to age. I thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either presentation? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, please. And just as a reminder, we have a timed item at 11. So if there are additional questions, we can go, they'll have to wait until after lunch.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'll try to be swift here. On the slow zone presentation, thank you for this. I noticed on slide 18 that 89% of these slow zones were unplanned. Is that unusual? Is it higher than it used to be? Does that meet normal standards?
Through the chair, it's pretty much been normal from my experience over the last 5 or 6 years that unfortunately they are a lot more unplanned than they are planned. But what I will also say is that the unplanned, 35% of the unplanned are the ultrasonics, which are the ones you actually can't see. So they're actually very proactive in the sense that you are actually catching them before they become a bigger problem.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you're acquiring ultrasonic equipment. When is that going to happen?
So I would say I don't have a firm timeline for you, Commissioner, through the chair, but we're definitely aiming to do it within the next 2 years.
Within the next?
2 to 3 years.
Okay, so they're not ordered.
They're not ordered. They're currently right now being worked on because we want to basically create a work car that allow us to mount this equipment on. So they're not ordered yet. They're in the design stage.
Okay. Now, you also talked about the time to correct these zones. You gave us no context. Is that time improving? And again, how do we compare with other transit systems?
Okay, so through the chair, so unfortunately, it's not a direct line. It's not a linear line to completion because as you're taking a restricted speed zone, other ones may come up. So the idea is to get to a particular point, which is more a normal of 6 to 8. We're trying to get there as quickly as possible, but it's not a formula that I can tell you specifically. I will have these all down to 6 to 8 within a matter of 2 to 3 months. We are on our way down. We've removed, basically, we were at 34 and about 3 weeks ago, and now we're currently at 25. But that's not to say that next week I might still be at 25, because I may have removed 2 and I may have put on 2 because of the other 5 inspection processes.
But I'm asking about the time to correct. You said that the average was 18, so let me just get the slide again. You said the average time to resolve them is 22 days.
Right.
Is that improving? And how do we compare?
It's very hard to say. How do we compare? I don't have that answer for you, Commissioner Sachs. That's a question I have to take away to see how we compare to other transit companies. That average of 22 days is simply an average. Generally, we're in that around that area, but as you can appreciate, depending on the defects, some can be removed very quickly, others will require extensive
But
rehabilitation.
are we getting better at it or not?
We're basically at 22 days. We've stayed at 22 days for the last several years. So we're not getting better, we're not getting worse. That's been generally the average, 21 to 23 days.
Okay, I have some questions on the previous presentation. So first of all, the federal funds for Line 2 trains, the presentation still says we don't have it. I thought we were hearing, have you heard anything since we filed our application for the money?
Through the chair, yes, we've actually had quite a few conversations with the federal government. What you'll see attached to item, I believe it's 7 on the agenda, is official correspondence being clear that we are eligible and trains are eligible, and that there's just a series of next steps to get the final allocation.
So do you have a sense as to when?
I have been told it is not a matter of months, but have not been given an exact date.
So does that mean days or weeks or years?
The exact line I've been given, it's not a matter of months.
All right, moving right along.
Unfortunately, I can't say more than that because I don't know.
Okay. Slide 14 of that presentation, there's some information about travel times and travel time improvements. But it compares them to 2020 in the middle of the pandemic, when traffic was unusually light in Toronto. Do we have more representative statistics from, for example, 2019? How do we compare to 2019?
Through the chair, the numbers from 2020 are in January 2020, the scheduled time, so that was before the effects of the pandemic.
Okay, so that should be representative.
Yes.
So are both of these January to January?
Through the chair, it's the pre-pandemic scheduled times that we have compared to what we have scheduled today.
Okay, so 505 Dundas, the city made a significant change in terms of parking, which came into effect July 15th. Since that time, what is the PM peak average speed time on that line, please?
Through the chair, so Commissioner, based on those changes, we're analyzing that data right now. We will be reporting back later this year on that. We did see 3 to 4 minutes of travel time savings through that area. Those aren't reflected yet in the scheduled travel times because we lag typically after we get the data to change the schedules.
Okay,
That's your final question.
all right.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please, and then we will go to our timed item.
To our interim CEO, and through you, obviously to anyone who you delegate, given that I don't expect you to have all the answers quite yet. Next meeting, you will. What is the status on, hiring more personnel who will be in our stations to create safer environments and, be present for our riders?
Fair question. Looking down to see if we have that answer, or through stations.
Through the chair, I can start on that, certainly on the fare inspection side, that we're anticipating will be putting forward in the budget to hire at least 50 more fare inspectors. So that would add presence to the stations, because a lot of those will be deployed at stations, not streetcars and buses. So that's certainly one presence that we expect and hope to see. Obviously, the budget has to pass for that to happen. And I don't want to speak for Fort and stations, but an additional kind of, I would call it, redeployment of station supervisory staff to make sure that they're more nimble and available, and certainly want to make sure that they're not stuck in booths or collectors' booths, to make sure that they can roam and be at those kind of key entry spots. Fort, I don't know if you have anything to add.
Yeah, to the chair, Commissioner, exactly as Josh said, we don't have any immediate budget request to add additional station staff because Josh is beefing up his transit enforcement folks. But yeah, we are going through a pretty rigorous process to make sure that our staff are available where they should be, how they should be to assist customers.
But I'd like to ask you, as you're working on this and you're bringing it forward to us, I'll contextualize the question this way. I got a message from a mom who has a 16-year-old daughter who attended the Olivia Rodrigo concert in the summer, as did my wife and daughter as well. I didn't get to go, and her daughter had an experience where she was at a station. It was crowded with girls, with young women, and she had a horrible experience of somebody who came and assaulted her and then followed her throughout the station. And there was such a big crowd, and it wasn't evident to her as to sort of who to turn to, what to do, how to get assistance, how to get the support that she needed. So I'd like to ask you that if you could be mindful of events where, whether it be something like that or any other sort of very crowded scenario, where it's just obvious that we're going to need to have more support there and information available to inform people as to what to do if they do feel unsafe or vulnerable. I'd be very grateful if you could bring that forward.
Through the chair, yeah, happy to do that. We want to make sure that we're, utilizing, yes, more people and humans, but also better communication tools, more technology to make sure that those that's obvious and available to customers.
Thank
We'll
you.
do that. Thanks.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. I see Councillor Moisey, Commissioner Moisey, have your hand up. Does anybody else have questions? Okay, so we'll wait till after the timed item. And now I'm just going to ask the motion that we sit as committee of the whole. So moved by Chair Myers that the TTC Board recess and sit as the committee of the whole to consider the following confidential items. Item 5, Line 2 modernization, next steps on new subway train procurement and automatic train control, confidential attachment. This report contains a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city or local board. And item 19, advice from external counsel, confidential attachment. This report contains advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city or local board employees. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. Thank you. gave me that list, right? Of the, oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay. It's Alan and Glenn.
Yes. I don't take one, no.
I saw him.
He wasn't out.
Yeah.
I can't reset that.
Alan, are you ready? Okay. So we'll start your deputation. Ready?
Go.
Okay. And start right now.
Okay, first of all, Mr. Chair, I want to go on record as I'm not the person who twisted your arm. I only beat you up deputationally, I'm not physical. You may be wondering what line 1 issues have to do with this report. After all, this report is titled Line 2 Modernization. As you know, I take a lot of transit. And what I'm hearing from line 1 operators is the automatic train control system isn't sensitive enough to dial back the speed controls enough to meet the speeds we need for our slow zones. Taking GO Transit most days makes me a bit of an expert on slow trains. It is more than likely that some of our trains are traveling slower than the posted slow zone speed under manual or cab control than they would under a more flexible ATC system. We should consider better speed control flexibility on the reduced speed zone, for reduced speed zones, et cetera, on any line 2 contract for automated train control system. Thank you.
Is that it? Oh, okay. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? That's why I was shocked.
Thank you, and thank you for being brief. To your best of your knowledge, do any Canadian or North American cities have something like that?
To the best of my knowledge, that would be Vancouver because it's an automated system. But Montreal is people-based, and so is Ottawa, and so is Toronto. Oh, sorry, through the chair.
Thank you. Is that it? Any other questions? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Glenn de Bearmaker. Okay, I don't think Glenn is here. We'll hold that. Next, we'll move on to questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions of staff? Seeing none. Would anyone like to speak on this item? No? Okay.
I just want to say yes, please, quickly.
Okay. There. Thank you for your brevity. Yeah, so we'll just do the vote. Yeah. So can I have a motion? Can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Moved by Councillor Holyday. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Yeah. And then we will move to item 19, advice from external counsel. We considered the advice from external counsel in confidential session earlier today. Can I have someone move the report recommendations? Vice Chair De Laurentiis, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And now we will go back to item 1, which is the CEO's report, and we were at questions, and Commissioner Moyes, I believe you had your hand up. 1. Commissioner Moyes, are you there? Okay, we'll skip, and then we'll go to Commissioner Ainsley. 5 minutes, please.
So I wanted the one about the reduced speed zones. There was a reference into it about North American, we're following North American standards. And I'm just trying to understand what the North American standards are, because also a lot of the reading that I've done, you know, there's jurisdictions in the United States that seem to give their transit systems gobs of money more than we do. So I'm just trying to understand if we're following a North American standard for the reduced speed zones, if it's actually something we can achieve, if we don't have the finances to meet those standards.
Through the chair. So we do follow, we have our own standards that are based very much on the APTA standards. And the APTA standards are North American standards for railways. And so when we participate in APTA conferences, all the other major transit cities.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
All the other major, is this working? Yeah. All the other major transit cities follow APTA. So APTA is a North American standard. It is the best practices. Obviously, if we don't have the funding going forward, Commissioner Ainsley, it is going to be a challenge because we obviously will not be able to replace rail to the extent that we need to, and so that is certainly a risk.
Okay. And then around the budget presentation, I was under, for the, I don't know whether it falls under capital or operating, I'm just trying to understand. So our basic, Josie, our basic budget for maintenance, for station upkeep and repair, is that at a standard level? Like, is that static? Are we putting more money into it? Just because every time I'm on the subway, and I was at Kennedy the other day, I keep seeing our basic maintenance around keeping like the information boards clean and ceiling tiles not being replaced, and going into the washrooms and seeing, you know, I got to walk around puddles in the washrooms to use them. So are we increasing the budget, or how's that being looked at?
So through the chair, I'll try to take that, Commissioner Ainsley. So I think that there's opportunities to look at better deployment within the stations model to address concerns as you certainly have. So I think that there's been some work that's been underway. We obviously remove ceiling slats for capital work. We need to be a little bit better at replacing those ceiling slats as the capital project is finished. So there's a little bit of better cadence I think that we can do. I will say that our station staff in between peak posts are responsible for going around and picking up these type of things and then putting them into a defect database so that our maintainers can get to it. So I think the short answer to the question, I think there's still opportunities for us to have a little bit of better cadence, a little bit of better view on little things like this that do matter.
So when it comes time, I'm going to go back to station maintenance. I'm going to use Kennedy as an example. So if the signboard has pigeon crap all over it, do we have, or is that an internal cleanup matter, or is that something that's contracted out that we need to, that we're supposed to have staff monitoring?
So through the chair, yes, that is an internal process that the expectation is that the station staff would pick it up and make the necessary arrangements through the maintenance teams to go and set and bring in the necessary people, given the fact that it is that type of cleanup that's required to bring that in. And generally, if it's that type of cleanup, it is a contracted service.
Sorry, it's contracted?
Contracted out for that pigeon situation.
Okay, all right. And then the other point, I don't know if this is a Josie again, or in the slide deck where we talked about the budget process and referring to the city for budget or financial support, I didn't see anything in the slide deck about how we deal or reach out to the provincial or federal government for money. Is that something that we rely on the city to do internally, or do we go out and meet with the provincial minister of transportation, for example, to outline what kind of monies we're looking for or need? Do we do the same with the federal government?
So through the chair, definitely on the capital side, we have been very active at the staff level, working through our contacts around advocating for the kinds of funding, particularly around state of good repair. The trains is one example, but they have a lot of clarity about our needs. So that work gets done with us. We do have opportunities to also work with the city on that. At the moment, it's the Ontario-Toronto New Deal, which on the operating side has been really the answer in the short term, because it's only a 3-year deal, around our operating funding. But that doesn't stop us from being clear about the need for a sustainable funding model, which we also continue to advocate for.
Okay, all right.
I was going to add, if I could, the federal government typically wouldn't put money into subsidy for operating, which maybe I generally know, but they listen on capital. They're very focused on program capital, not one-off capital. That gives them cachet to pitch that internally. So that is the case that Karen's team has worked very closely with the federal government on capital. It's something that you don't do on a one-off. You have to be visible and put your case forward on a regular basis, and not just with one agency, because sometimes the money pops up elsewhere, and we need to have our needs understood right across the board. So it's an ongoing thing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osborne, you had questions? Not anymore? Commissioner Holiday.
Thank you. Again, on the CEO's report.
Yes.
Just a general question about what or where we're at with hydraulic spills. So I know the report talks about getting a report in the future about that, but how has it been in the field? We had a run of spills that were anomalous in frequency based on the background. At least that's what the board heard. Are we continuing to have those? And is there any comments or things that the board should think about the interim condition?
So through the chair, we haven't had another hydraulic spill since the last one. We've made good progress on improving our preventive maintenance programs. So we've been actively replacing consumable items like hoses and filters. We're also continuing to do our daily and weekly inspections on specifically hydraulic systems. So just making sure that the vehicles go out there in the correct way it's supposed to be going.
Thank you. My second question, Mr. Percy, you've changed the CEO's report, and that's not unexpected. But as a board member, I want to be able to continue to think about, I call them the four corners. And I just wondered if you could talk to us a little bit of, or offer some insights of where we may go in the future as a board. And so I'm always interested in customers, right? So ridership and how people perceive the TTC. I'm definitely interested in safety. So that is, of course, the safety of our employees and the safety of customers. I'm very much interested in reliability. So that has to do with the performance of our vehicles in taking passengers to places, but also the equipment reliability. And then the last is the financial, right? You know, are we spending our budget? Are we spending our capital plan? And I know we talked a little bit about that today, and I got some bits of that information, but I just wondered what the vision was going forward to continue to foster these conversations, because I think it's important to the board to be cognizant of these dynamics. And maybe others have other things they're interested in as well.
And speaking to all of those, because frankly, they're integrated. You know, if you can't do your state of good repair because of funding, then it impacts safety. Safety impacts customer, and it's a loop. So all those need to be reported on a regular basis, and you need to be in the know so that you understand where we are. So there's no reason to change and take out any of those, because they are all relevant. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
It's reassuring to know we're going to keep talking about it. So
Yes.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's our job, to keep you informed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
Thank you. Could I ask that slide 27 be put back up with all the various strategies? And while that's going up, I'll just set this up. You know, the long-term transit strategy, mobility strategy is not in the hands of this board, we are really more of an operating board, and these strategies that are on that page, demonstrate that. We've got our arms around them. We're doing, the work that is required around them. And that broader strategy really is sitting with council, to some extent with the provincial government. And I'm asking myself the question whether, as a board member and as an organization, whether it wouldn't be useful for us to also have that broader strategy, maybe on a quarterly basis, reviewed here around this table, so we can consider and all of these other strategies are in that broader context. So I don't need an answer right now, but certainly perhaps more of a question for the CEO and the team to take back, because many of the questions we ask are often related to that broader strategy, but we never actually discuss it around this table. And so I would personally find it useful to be reminded of what that broader strategy is. And then as a board, we can, our mandate is to provide advice to council. Whether they take it or not is obviously up to them. But it would be helpful if we understood what that, and were made aware more specifically, particularly those of us who are citizen board members. We're not sitting in council with the rest of you. So I put that out as a question and a consideration.
I think that's a great idea. I think having a visioning statement is something that most companies should have. It has to tie back into long and medium short-term strategies, but in our particular industry, the technologies are changing quickly, and we need to make sure that everyone's aware of what's changing and at what pace, and what does that translate into the things that Commissioner Holloway spoke of, because they do. So I think that's a good challenge that we would like to take back, and happy to take a run at it.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat, or are you okay? Oh, okay. I'll put on my FM voice. Thank you. You done?
Good.
Okay, Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I have a question on restricted speed zones and track maintenance. So what kind of contingencies have you made for winter? Because especially for the portions of the track that are outdoors, and what kind of challenges that face, and the contingencies that have been planned so that service levels are maintained?
Through the chair, so a couple of things. I think overall as a strategy, our group starts planning for winter in August. So the first things we do is we kind of take a look at our trackside heating equipment. So our trackside heating equipment has been undergoing its regular maintenance and so forth. So there's an overall strategy that also includes picking up of foliage and stuff, right? Because that foliage can lead to fires at track level. So collectively, that's what we do. In terms of track maintenance, the idea is to try to get out in front of the issues before they become issues. So we continue to do the maintenance on our switches along with the trackside heating. But also the idea is right now we're focused reactively, I will say, so much on rail replacement in the outdoor, because that's where the bulk of the outdoor, where the restricted speeds are. So hopefully that answers your questions. Those are some of the proactive things to do. But we get ready when we start getting ready for winter on July the 30th, and we want to have all the winter activities done by November the 1st.
So do you have a separate winter plan?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Nope. Okay. I just had a few questions on the restricted speed zones. How many restricted speed zones are there currently in place?
Through the chair, 25.
And what's the timeline to resolve them?
So if everything was entirely linear and it was a perfect world and it was a straight line downwards, Chair, it would probably be looking at early December.
Early December, and all of them?
All of them. Straight line, no other restricted speed zones coming up. We would probably look in early December.
And do we expect to find more in this time?
It's very likely you will find more, because we've got those, we've got 5 different inspection technologies. We've got the track geometry ones pretty much done, but we've got those other 4, so it is realistic to expect to find more.
And are we going to be leveraging the International Association of Transport Professionals or professionals and sort of helping us be more proactive in how we manage restricted speed
Through
zones?
the
in that
chair,
review?
that's a 1,000% resounding yes.
And can you just sort of give an overview of what you hope to get out of that process?
So to the chair, I think the key thing for us would be to try to do more with what we have. I think that's the first perspective. We understand the challenges that we got. We understand it's 90 minutes a night, but we got to be like a Swiss watch. We got to be ready to rock and roll. We got to have boots on the ground. So we're always looking for ways to become more effective and efficient. So I think that's the first thing. Secondly, I think it's also important to make sure that we're doing the right things. We're not overdoing certain maintenance activities and underdoing other maintenance activities, if that makes sense. So we really want to optimize to make sure, based on how the condition is performing, that we are doing the right things so we can be more proactive than reactive.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any speakers on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to accept the, thank you, Commissioner Sacks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we will now head out for lunch. We'll recess and then we'll come back at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. 1 hour? Do you want 30? No. So we'll do 45 minutes and we'll come back at 1:45.
I don't have young ears. I need to be hearing aids. You're soft-spoken.
Yeah, you should.
I don't know what. I think my fingers just stopped working.
I think it's because you're like, maybe they're dry.
Yeah, they are. I need to get sweatier or nervous.
Yeah, sweaty or nervous. Could I ask everyone to please take their seats? We are going to resume. Online? So I can just start?
Yeah.
Okay. The next item of business is item 2, approved minutes of the ACAT General Monthly Meeting for June 27th and July 25th, 2024. I'll turn to the ACAT Chair, Anita Dressler, to present the minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Myers and board members. ACAT has submitted June and July minutes for review and approval. Some of the highlights from our 4 subcommittees and events attended included the opening of the Dawnland Station, which recently became fully accessible. The recent public forum, which was well attended by ACAT members and the general public. We are now in the process of interviewing and selecting new ACAT members for 2025. Communications Committee noted concerns on a more timely dissemination of information regarding elevator and escalator planned and unplanned service interruptions. Design review discussions regarding the Standards Development Committee on AODA requirements for open spaces and areas spacious enough to accommodate ramps. Collaborating with CNIB for accessibility suggestions to enhance and improve conditions for low vision and blind persons to maneuver the transit system easily and safely. Service planning discussions are continuing on the issue of snow clearance at bus and streetcar stops and third-party entrances, which is a yearly problem and causes a barrier to accessibility and safety for all. Wheel-Trans operations involved the customer satisfaction survey, which indicated high satisfaction rating of 85% with TTC and Wheel-Trans services. ACAT members also participate in the appeals process and encourage all Wheel-Trans riders to take travel training to enhance their rides on public transportation, including family services. On closing, as chair of ACAT, I want to thank you once again for your continued support of our committee. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any questions? Seeing none, can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we are now moving on to item 4, the Fair Compliance Action Plan in response to member motions. And we have 2 speakers on this item, beginning with Alan Newell.
Mr. Chair, for the record, and just out of spite, I used my last legacy fair media to get here this morning. We really should stop accepting those. Last week, I was going through Union Station and noticed that a fare inspector was checking the Presto cards of seniors and students, or those who looked like students. A TTC fare inspector can scan an entire bank of fare gates and see every concession fare that is tapped with a Presto card. All concession fares tap as yellow, be they senior, youth, post-secondary passes, fare passes, and of course, children's Presto cards. From watching the fare inspector at work, they were using their Presto scanners to determine what kind of Presto card the customer was actually using when they saw the yellow tag. Changing the Presto tap to trigger a blue light would make this fare inspection so much more efficient. If someone who looks like me taps through as blue, then we have a problem. Strengthening our gates will help, but Fort Knoxing them won't solve our fare evasion problem. This report shows a roadmap to permanent closure of the crash gates, but let's take a closer look. Of the 70 active stations across 3 of our 6-ish lines, But 90% of the crash gate traffic goes through only 8 subway stations. 90% of these paper transfers are used at the stations that come from streetcar routes that do not enter the subway stations. We should prioritize having printable, scannable transfers on streetcars and at subway stations. This will expedite the process at our busiest subway crash gates. This report also talks about harmonizing fare crash gates, or harmonizing cash fares, sorry. Mr. Chair, just in case you don't remember, a harmonized cash fare as well as a 30-trip monthly pass, well, they're both industry standards in the province of Ontario already. Fare evasion is theft, just like shoplifting is theft. Unfortunately, both are easily done. Both are low penalty offenses, and both, well, they have a much higher cost than the public generally believes. There are many ways to get your message out there. We just need to fine-tune that message. It can be aspirational, like $140 million a year. Well, oops, we waited too long on that one. So that would be $25 million a year for this project, or 25 years, because this project has been shovel-ready since Mayor Miller. Or the message can be quirky. We can wrap a bus or streetcar that says, with $140 million a year, we could put a bus on this route every 33 seconds. Pay your fare. Fare is fair. Fare enforcement is important, but to significantly reduce it, it also requires an educational component as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have August Puranoff from TTC Riders. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, great. 5 minutes, please, August.
Hello, members of the TTC Board. My name is August Purnat, and I'm a member of TTC Riders. We're a transit advocacy organization in the city of Toronto, and we are the voice of transit riders. And I'm also a daily transit rider and student in the city. We are a little concerned that the plan to close crash gates could hinder accessibility to the TTC, and it's a bit premature.
Sorry, August, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Okay, I'll just lean over. So we are concerned that the current plan to close crash gates could hinder accessibility to the TTC. The closure of crash gates mean that staff will be required to manually open the gates when someone pays by cash, ticket, token, or otherwise needs to use the gate. For example, when their Presto card malfunctions or there's an error, that happens pretty often. Now, page 4 of this report states that customer service agents or collectors are often unavailable to monitor the fare box during breaks or while assisting customers. So it brings up the question, does the TTC have enough customer service agents to staff all crash gates at all times? And we know the answer is no. Just a few days ago, a transit rider took this picture at a station in the system, and it was a crash gate that was not staffed for several minutes. If this happens, it's an accessibility issue, and this happens pretty often. You can go stand around at any subway station on the system for a while, and you'll see that this happens at certain entrances. Closed crash gates without anyone to operate them will prevent children without Presto cards, which, by the way, most children aren't using Presto cards to begin with, so they need to have someone to open the gates for them. People paying fares by cash, people still are doing this, using tickets or tokens, and people are using transfers. For example, when you're getting off the streetcar at one of those busy stations downtown. And support persons from accessing the subway. So we see this proposal as prematurely creating further barriers to access to the TTC while failing to address the core staffing issue to begin with. Fare noncompliance won't really budge if you close a crash gate, but there's no staff person present in the first place. We need to keep transit human, and automation, for example, automation of those gates won't really fix that. Furthermore, this plan states that formal revenue targets have not been established with these fare compliance initiatives. So essentially, the TTC doesn't know if closing these gates will have a really big impact on the estimated 14 million. But the TTC is going ahead anyways and, hindering access by closing these gates. Now there's a better way, and it's really increasing TTC staffing by hiring more supportive, friendly customer service ambassadors. It's an effective way, not only to address fare non-compliance, but I think what's more important to riders is community safety and having a friendly face for the TTC, having more assistance for people, and it promotes satisfaction within the TTC. And I could go on many stories of how I was looking for help in a TTC station and couldn't find it late at night. And, earlier Councillor Matlow was talking about this, not having enough staff around for people to go to when they need assistance or help. So it's a really important issue. The addition of 160 frontline staff back in October in 2023 was found to have increased rider satisfaction on the subway by 5%, reduced offenses against riders by 10% by January 24, and it was said to have deterred some fare non-compliance. So once again, we need to keep transit human, not automated, and riders do want to see a more safer, more friendlier system. Because, these days people do see a broken TTC, and when we focus on fare non-compliance, we're really just picking the pockets of increasingly frustrated transit users for a small portion of fare loss that we don't even know the TTC can recover. And we're banging the drum about fare evasion, and it's honestly a bit of a dishonest and status quo approach to the TTC's larger budget issues that measure in the billions, and you won't fix by going after fare non-compliance. Fare non-compliance isn't the reason we can't board overcrowded buses. Fare non-compliance isn't the reason why the subway has dozens and dozens of slow zones that keep popping up apparently every week. Fare non-compliance isn't why the TTC is failing to meet its own service standards every day. It's a lack of competent transit leadership, focusing on serious issues that really matter to riders in the first place, and adequate funding from all levels of government, which has been missing for decades, really. So we need to be more honest with riders about what the serious issues are, I think. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. August, does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for staff? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, thank you to staff for the hard work that's been going on improving fare enforcement. Good to see that there has been a noticeable uptick in fare enforcement efforts. A long way still to go, but certainly a good first step. So first of all, I've got a couple of questions arising from the deputations. The suggestion to have the child cards flash blue has been made several times. Is this something that we can do, or is this something that we need Presto to do?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is something that can be done, and we actually did it with some success when we changed the tone that was made on when you tap your child card, and actually reduced the use of the card, period, because we know it's used fraudulently quite often. That is a Presto deliverable that we then, I hate to give this news, we kind of have to seek from them, and there would be a bill and a cost associated with that. I had joked that I wanted to change it to like a baby wail or cry to really use as a bit of a shaming, and the answer is that it can be done. We've done it before, but it's something that we would have to negotiate with Presto, and there is a cost to it, and a much higher one than I expected when I asked to look into that change. So as part of Presto 2.0, those things should be more nimble and dynamic, but right now it's kind of a system patch, and my understanding it's in the hundreds of thousands.
Right. Is the cost of it higher than the 94% fraud rate that we're experiencing?
Yes, it is.
All right. Next question. Is it true that 90% of Crashgate uses occur at just 8 stations?
So the 90% at 8 stations?
Of Crashgate, people using Crashgates at only 8 stations?
I don't know if that's exactly correct, but we certainly have our high frequency stations that we just, because of volumes, and you might kind of imagine which ones those could be. So I can't, we'll have to get back to you on the 90% if that's accurate, but certainly there are certain stations that have much higher use, and you wouldn't be surprised if we went through which ones those are, because they're just our higher volume stations, period.
So you've told us in this report, our direction was that you come to us with an action plan for closing the crash gates by the end of this year.
Yeah.
Your report says you're going to close 50 more of them sometime between now and Q1. But is that going to leave almost all CrashGate users still going through open CrashGates?
Yeah, through the chair. So the plan right now is we have closed an initial 5, added another 4 or 5 actually this week. And the intent is with this rollout approach is that we're actually learning, our staff is actually getting trained up on how to deal with this, because now they're having to deal with, say, look at a transfer and validate it, or make sure that their positioning around the gate is different. Maybe they can't wander quite as far, to the point the deputant made. So, and there's a bit of a customer education piece of this that we're learning through. So our anticipation is that there would be probably, I'm going to say 60 or so of our 70 stations, those crash gates closed by year end. So we're making really good progress towards the goal you directed us to hit. There are some that are more complex, but it doesn't always equate volume. Volume is certainly the instance in some cases, but sometimes it's station configuration and others that we just have to work through. And so we're a bit, we want to be cautious about how we telegraph that order of stations that are closing, and maybe not tell the world where all of our weak points are across the system. But fair to say that the bulk of them will be closed by the end of this year. Some that require a little more training will take longer, not always though volume-based. So it's not necessarily the highest ones that are last, but there are some that are just more complex.
So we asked you to close them by 2024.
Yeah.
By the end of 2024, how far are you going to be in terms of reducing that $14.5 million loss a year?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think we'll have made considerable progress, but it's almost like water, right, with fare evasion. So when you close one gap, sometimes others open up. So we think that we'll have made significant progress with virtually all of our crash gates being closed at the end of the year. The one thing that we have to be mindful of is why we're actually looking at working better with our station staff, with fare inspectors, is to make sure that now those other, say, weaknesses or gaps don't now become the area where people evade. And so it's a bit of a game of whack-a-mole, I have to admit. And so what we're trying to do is take a comprehensive approach. And the thing I always kind of remind our team, and then we talk about, is that enforcement is one of the tools. This is a long game. And as the deputant pointed out, education is going to be a huge part of this. We are endeavoring to change some really kind of entrenched habitual behavior. And we've seen that with our enforcement efforts, where people walk by inspectors and they're actually shocked when they're stopped. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that we use education, we're using enforcement, but the other big part of this is equity too, right? We want to make sure that fair media is available to as many people in as many ways as possible. And so part of our constant work with Presto is to make sure that our third-party network is built out, that the cards are available, that they're helping us to promote people migrating. Because the reality is, it's a better way to pay. It's better for the customer, it's better for us. And so we've got to continue on that equity, education, and enforcement piece.
When will you give us
That was your last
target?
question.
When will you give us revenue targets?
We're expected to give a revenue target in November.
In November, or definitely it's part of the budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions on this item? Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Can you just help me understand what the future state will be for parents with children and how the cards will work? Now you can get a Presto card to swipe through at no cost. I don't think there's an expiry date fixed on it, but perhaps that's coming. And how will one cope with the occasional parent that comes along with kids?
Through Mr. Chair, good question. So maybe I'll start with the expiry date on the child card. That is something we are asking for from Presto, and we just recently kind of reiterated that ask. The challenge with that is we need that to happen uniformly across the region to be effective, because if, say, I don't want to one of our neighbors continues to not have that expiry, then that would just be the place where everyone would buy that kind of children's card. So we've reached out to our neighboring municipalities so that we can get aligned on that. Some of them have a different opinion on that, but we'll continue to work with them. And then also Presto is obviously the enabler. In terms of the child, kind of not paying, we want to get them having cards in their hands and tapping. That's the end state we would like. We've got tens of thousands of cards in public libraries right now. We make cards available to almost any group who would need them. So having a card is not an issue. We think the end state is one that's probably a bit more technological. We're seeing right now that people actually with open payment will pay more for transit with the ease of tapping, right, a credit card or a debit card. And so I think the Presto app, I think the future is this being app-based, especially with any of our younger customers. I think they think a card is pretty antiquated. But with a parent who's riding with a child, the end state would be that we would like them both to have cards, and that one child card would have an expiry on it, and both of them would be tapping at a gate. If there's an instance where they needed help, we need to make sure our station staff are available to then, assist them if needed.
So the concept is...
And that annual expiry needs to be there.
So the concept is the citizen, whether they're 5, 8, 12, 13, 55, has an account.
Yes.
Right? And that account has benefits because it's about you, not about a pile of money sitting on a card. Do other jurisdictions do this? Surely we can't be the first to think of the concept.
Through the chair, we are certainly not the first. We bravely entered the 1990s recently.
Yep.
So I think what is happening, though, is there is an education period for our customers who've paid in a very traditional way for probably the first 80 or 90 years of this organization's existence. And so I think there's an education piece, and let's make sure that our technology is available and accessible to all, of all means and all people using them. But yes, that's the end state we want to get to, that regardless of age, there are benefits by paying that way to both us in terms of how we plan and the customer.
So if I was wishful thinking under 18 and was a student, would my Presto account have an expiry date in it for my concession?
Yes, through the chair, that concession as a student would have an expiry date.
Right.
Not for the senior.
So it's either when I turn 18, if I'm high school, or if I'm in a post-secondary, when that registration is up.
Yeah.
And the system says, thank you very much, you're out of school, start being an adult. So all we're asking to do is extend that concept to the threshold or the tier for the 12-year-old, 13-year-old, actually.
Correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, we want to do that. So obviously for this, stubborn problem of fare evasion, we also want that so we have much better data so that we can plan and invest accordingly to make sure that we're responding to our customers' needs, because we would know our customers that much better.
So back to the crash gates. There'll always be a way for somebody to get their way into the system if they're not like the 90-something% that either use the card or the app. And as a society, we go to that concept of an account. But that only addresses part of the issue. There's still more work to be done. I think something to do with transfers. And maybe you could just tell me really quickly what the future is for sort of paper tickets or transfers. Do I scan a QR code or scan a QR code on my phone, or how will that work?
Through the chair, the ideal future state is we don't have transfers, but in a period when we do, the future state is exactly that, is the code that you would scan so that the behavior and the action is just exactly the same as whether it was on your phone or on a card, where you're tapping your transfer now at one of our gates to get through. So we're not there yet. That will take some time and some testing. I think we want to make sure that we're not investing in a solution that is just a bridge one, right? Because the future state clearly should not have transfers in cash, whenever that may be. But if there is a bridge where we need to invest in that, we want to make sure it's a prudent one. But we will continue on our plan to close crash gates, and will not let that testing and learning hold us back on that.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, do we have any speakers on this item? Commissioner Holliday, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I don't always smile when I read a report, but I smile in a nice and respectful way because I think what's before us is so important. It's one of many steps that's required. But if you subscribe to, or even at least appreciate, things like the broken windows theory, that bringing a sense of order to a space has payback up the line. in thinking about some of the other concerns that people raise about security and just an orderly approach to public transit. And I say even orderly, like, things being on time and working properly. So I feel very passionately that, we as an organization can do better about fare evasion. It starts with policies at the board. I also think technically, I was in another jurisdiction, far away, and like their children had concession cards, but you had to have ID and you had to apply for it. And it really, the concept is that you have an account. It's not a card. It's, you exist as a person and you have a relationship with that organization. Guess what? If you lose your card, it's like no problem to replace it. It's a couple of bucks. But there's an integrity in all of your arrangements and your data. I know. I look up, one of my kids' Presto cards, it has an expiry on her 18th birthday. And if we don't take steps to update that, if she's in post-secondary school or so on, her concession is gone. I don't see why that's a problem for a 12-year-old. So I really commend those that worked on this report. I thank them. I really think it matters beyond just the revenue that we are losing out on. It's about the integrity of our system, and it's about people's confidence in the system. So good on you to keep up that work, and I hope our negotiations go well with the service provider, because I think they need to see the value in this beyond just the dollars. And finally, the last thing I would say is I just hope we resist the urge to always fall down to the small, tiny denominator of an unusual circumstance or an unusual use case. I think we have very customer-focused employees here that are going to help people throughout the system. But, the vast majority, 95, 98, 99.99% of the people are going to use the system in a certain way. Let's try to capture and look after that and make sure that we've got an arrangement for those very minuscule use cases, but we don't throw out the entire set of rules or circumstances because of a very rare circumstance. So keep up the good work. I hope we talk about it some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. Along the same line as Councillor Holliday, thank you for this report. We know we're pushing you hard to get serious about fare evasion after a long period of time where things have got worse. And just the fact that they're twice as bad now as they were in 2019 when the Auditor General told us that we had a very bad problem is really disconcerting. And we also know Josie knows how much we need, more than $11 million a month. But we also have all the other problems that come with it, which includes the large number of delays and disruptions that are caused by people who don't pay and get on the system. So we need you to keep on this. As you know, I was very concerned that we gave specific direction for certain things to happen by the end of 2024, and only a subset of those things are going to happen by 2024. And in particular, the only one of the 4 that we asked for, we only half of one, which is legacy fare media on all modes, will be discontinued by the end of December. Well, that's good. I know the board had decided a couple of times to stop accepting legacy media. It's really going to happen this time, I think, and it's high time. But what we all need, what the system needs, is for this to be taken seriously and for you to show us that you're doing everything reasonable as quickly as is reasonable. And so I'd urge you to provide more detail when you say, no, we're not going to do things, we have to wait for this or that. Give us more detail. Tell us why, show us why you need to do things. I certainly found this report, the discussion of 4A very confused, of the 4 parts on crash gates, very confusing, because you told us, well, we can't close them until we do these other things, which we're not legally required to do, they're not physically impossible. It's the way the TTC has done it, but it's not actually a dependency, it's a preference, and you didn't lay that out. So I'd ask for more clarity, and more generally, just keep up the good work, keep us posted, and if you need any direction from the board, please ask us, which I think I say every meeting now. You've pointed out that most of the transit systems around us already don't allow lower cash fares for concessioners, so why are we doing it? when are you going to come back to us and say, give us your recommendation on this? Because we know it's costing us a lot of money. And so we need you to help us. We want to help you. You need to help us to move this ahead as quickly and as fairly as we can. We all have lots of things we'd like the TTC to do. More service, better service, cleaner cars, more staff to help people. We all have things we want, and none of those can happen without money. And our largest source of money is people paying fares, and allowing so much fare evasion not only costs us that direct money, it undercuts the willingness of everybody else to pay fares. So it's a really important change of direction. Glad to see it started, but please give us more detail, give us more data, and keep showing us how it compares to how things were in 2019. Because it was great to hear at the Audit and Risk Committee that, okay, we're up to 1,000 tickets in August, but that's only half the number of monthly tickets that there were before COVID. So why is only half as much okay? Given, as you've told us yourself, we've got a giant hill to climb to change an accumulation of bad behavior. So that's basically it. Thank you. It's a good start. More data, please. More clarity. Keep at it. Keep us posted. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Or Councillor Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just add a reflection that I had on the conversation. What I can hear from everyone from Josh to Josie to Ford earlier to August from TTC riders, while everyone might have a slightly different angle from where they might be coming from or where they might want to arrive, a common denominator is that when you have empty spaces without transparency, without people, they're less safe. It's also a space where people can behave badly or can do things that should not be done. All of us who've experienced improving safety in public spaces know that you can design it in a way that's more eyes are on the street, more people are there, or when there's these nooks and crannies, people can get up to things that we'd rather them not. So the common denominator that I'm hearing is that when we have people in our stations, on our platforms, throughout our system, whether they be there for enforcing fare evasion, or they're there as ambassadors, or they're there as station attendants, it creates a safer environment. A safer environment both to ensure that people who are feeling vulnerable, like the story that I told earlier, know that there's somebody there to look out for them and access if they need support, a place to go if you are lost and you need information, a person to talk with to understand what to do, but also the same, perhaps even the same person. Perhaps we can even look at sort of fusing some of these roles in the future. But there's also somebody there on behalf of the TTC who's there to make sure that people are entering lawfully and not cheating the system. However we arrange this in the future, maybe it doesn't need to be a whole bunch of different types of roles, right? But people who represent us, who are there to both support the system by making sure that people lawfully enter, but also, as Josh quite rightly said, use this, not just one tool, but a toolbox of yes, enforcement, also education, and even just being somebody there that people can access if they need to. I think we have a safer system and a better system and a system that's run better. So I appreciate what I'm hearing from staff, and I like the direction that you're going.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other speakers on this item? Okay. Seeing none, can I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Councillor Matlow, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now we are on to item 7, financial and major projects update for the period ended June 29th, 2024. I believe Commissioner Osborne, you had a question.
Yes, thank you. My question was about the Hillcrest facility.
And I know this was spoken about before, but I just want to clarify that we are short on storage at Hillcrest. And because of that, we are running basically service that ordinarily the numbers wouldn't warrant. Is that correct?
So through the chair, as part of our mitigation strategy, we did start increasing the amount of overnight service this spring. We've actually introduced overnight service on 3 new routes since the spring, on Dundas, on St. Clair, and on Kingston Road. We knew that, this was service that normally would not have been justified, but in putting in this service, we're having an opportunity to test how that relates with the the nighttime economy strategy that the city has. And it is actually reassuring on the new 305 Dundas overnight route. We're actually seeing ridership far exceeding what we expected. It's actually meeting our regular financial standards, and it's increased overnight streetcar ridership by 37%.
And I'm assuming that the reason that we're doing this, super serving routes that we were going to have, but putting more vehicles on them, and then what we just heard about is because it's the only option we have. Is that until we get the facility built? Is that right?
So through the chair, we're also increasing the storage capacity not increasing, but we're over capacitizing the locations now. So Leslie Barnes typically holds 120 vehicles. We're going up to 140 vehicles. And Roncesvalles is typically holds about 59, 60 vehicles. We're going up to 65 vehicles. And Russell is still getting upgrades. So unfortunately, that holds 60 and it's going down to about 20 vehicles. So just temporarily while they finish off the construction there. So we're trying to juggle those cars around between the 3 locations. And then once phase 1 is completed at Hillcrest, then we can start sending some cars up there. So it's a temporary measure.
Okay, and do we have any idea when we'll have, I'm going to call it adequate storage for the vehicles that we have and the service that we may be putting more on now based on what Lawrence has said, but what's the ETA of the full storage?
I don't have this construction schedule in front of me. Maybe Gary knows, but it's being dealt with in 2 to 3 phases.
Yeah, through the chair, in quarter 2 2028, we should be finished the first phase at Hillcrest, and that will allow us to store the 25 streetcars there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item, or questions on this item? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Osborne. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next, we are on to item 12, which is we're on to the approval of the public art concept for Keel Station, and we will begin with questions. Are there any questions from members? Commissioner Osborne?
I wasn't planning on asking this, but I suppose I will, just since you've asked. This is part of a larger construction project that was approved by the board and doesn't meet the threshold for spending that has to get checked in. So I'm just curious. I am a big fan of public art, so don't take this question the wrong way, but why it's actually on the board agenda? If there's some special consideration around art, or why we actually see this?
Yeah, through the chair, it's part of our policy. All public art has to come through the policy, and I think the chair's motion is going to talk about that as well.
Sorry, I didn't get the last part of that, Gary.
Sorry. It's part of our art policy. All art goes to the board for approval. That's been for the last number of years, that's the process. But I think the chair is going to put an amendment to that policy as part of his motion today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this, or questions? Sorry, Commissioner Holliday.
Thank you, Chair. Art is a wonderful thing, At times, it is very enjoyable, but at other times, it can be provocative or controversial. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it is important for context. And I just wondered how our policy and our processes give consideration to something that may be provocative or controversial.
Yeah, through the chair in that one. Again, when we actually look at the art policy, it's actually controlled via an art consultant who brings on board a number of artists, curators, and local artists and local people to the area where the art's going. So again, it's not a decision the TTC makes, it's done through the art consultant. We go out for an RFP, it's very strictly controlled about what we're looking for. The artists bring forward their concepts, and then it goes through the process with the art consultant and all the artists and local participants in deciding what goes in that station.
I don't know the answer to this, but did we have anything ever come up as controversial in history?
Michael, do you want to take this one?
So yes, there's an art installation at Pioneer Village Station that has never been turned on from the beginning of the TYSSC. It is an art installation that allows the public to type in anything they want on a keyboard that I believe is 8-9 letters or symbols, and then it would display across the platform.
What could go wrong?
Exactly. So just before the opening of TYSSC, people asked that very question, what can go wrong? And therefore the decision at that time was made not to turn on that art installation.
So who approved it?
So through the chair, the context is this was back in 2008, so it was well before social media and the other things that could have occurred. And so it was approved by the board, but it is yet to be turned on for reasons from 2015 on that you could completely understand.
Should have. I'm just gonna throw something out there in a question for thought. But should it have been turned on? Where would we have anticipated the public complaint to come? Who's going to be accountable?
Can you repeat that question?
If it was turned on, how would that have played out? Would the board be dealing with it, or would it be at staff?
So through the chair, I would assume it would be both, depending on the nature of the complaints that you would have seen with that art installation. So you had areas where someone could have been harassed, you could have had employees harassed. That's both a staff and a board issue.
Okay.
And customers also.
If, in an ideal world, is there an efficient way to check in outside of staff to see that, just do a test, just to see if an art installation is okay, even if it's not a formal approval, it's a second look. I know at council, we do things like, we always ask that the local councillor be consulted, and we never really get into the weeds of that, but it's kind of understood that if an issue comes up, that it would be dealt with before it's finalized.
I'll start with that a little bit. So I think it depends. When this matter was brought before the board on the art installation on TYSSC, you heard different comments and different thoughts. So you had some who would say that this is good for public discourse and to have that debate in public, and an art installation that people generally don't like or that people talk about is not a bad thing. And you had other people who say, this is why anything relating to an art shouldn't be removed from politicians deciding, and you should have some independent body that makes the decision so that you don't put boards or politicians in the middle of the art debate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions on this matter? Seeing none, do we have any speakers on this matter? No? Okay. I have a motion. Please display. I've pre-circulated it with everyone. And this is simply that the TTC staff review and report back to the board by Q2 2025 on potential amendments to the art in public transit facilities policy that consider incorporating the local councillor into the decision-making process for public art installations and transit facilities in their wards, and delegating approval for public art installations to the chief capital officer or their designate. This is just, I've heard from, I think, both CEO and a number of board members that this is not necessarily something that needs to be approved by the board. So this is just to reduce our workload. Happy to take any questions. Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I guess my question is, does the TTC have yet a clear policy so that we don't end up with unnecessary controversies about hate caused by the art? I mean, there's art people don't like, I understand that, but do we have a criteria to guide the chief capital officer as to which art to accept and which not?
I will leave that to the chief capital officer.
Yeah.
That would be in the public art policy.
Actually, through the chair, as part of the report in Appendix A, it actually details how we go about doing that. We have a policy that is actually in line with the city's policy on art. And again, like I said, it's in Appendix of A of the report, and it talks about going through the art consultant, about, you know, the art being non-offensive, and, you know, it's the criteria set out in that policy statement.
I don't see an Appendix E, but if there is...
I can give you a copy here.
Thank you very much.
There you go. Yeah. The A. Oh, sorry, A. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to likely not speak because I think I can handle this in a question. Long ago...
Clarification of the motion.
Yes, clarification of the motion, absolutely. Long ago at City Council, there was a provision that would allow a site plan to be bumped up. It was normally something that was processed, typically not controversial. I suppose, Chair, if I understand it correctly, at any point, a member of the board could bring a notice of motion to the board that said, hey, I have this concern. And if we had a concern with an artwork proposal, we could bring that, even though it's delegated to staff. Implicit to your request for a process, would you say there might be room in there to make sure that the board is informed?
So there could always be the possibility of informing the board through either the CEO's report or a briefing note ahead of schedule. If that's something the board would like, I don't think that would be very controversial. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions? Clarification of the motion? No? Okay, seeing none. Are there any speakers on this item? Any other speakers? No? Okay. I will make a motion to approve the motion moved by myself. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And we will now move on to item 14, a recruitment of a permanent CEO. We have two speakers on this item. The first is Marina Botenko. Hi. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, Marina, you have 5 minutes, please.
Beautiful. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here, first of all. My name is Marina Botenko. I believe that one of the major responsibilities of the TTC's new permanent CEO is how they will address internal abuse perpetrated against unionized employees, which the previous CEO has neglected, at least when it came to my case. Mr. Percy, I would like to congratulate you on your new position and wishing you the best of luck with everything. I have sent individual emails with a detailed, fully documented situation I have been through while employed by the Commission on 3 separate occasions to 6 out of 10 board members, but they have not yet had a chance to respond.
Sorry, Marina, can we please keep it on the item rather than your individual case?
Well,
because I think you might be delving into HR matters, which we can't discuss in public.
Why not? Because, well, I was allowed into this meeting first and foremost, right? I applied for it, and I don't think I'm just talking about my personal matter. This concerns kind of the whole company, because if it happened to me, it can happen to
If
everyone.
you want to talk about the whole company, sort of like what in the looking for in the permanent CEO, that's fine. But if you go into HR matters, that can't be discussed publicly. That's a confidential matter that we'd have to go into confidential.
Interestingly enough, I have been trying to contact HR. I got one call back. I have called back twice so far with nothing in return. I'm trying to get an email of HR department so I can file this complaint. This is the case that has been swept under the rug in 2020, from 2021 to 2022, when I was terminated finally, but then I grieved it, not because I wanted my job back, but because I wanted to get to the bottom of it. I got granted the job back. I obviously refused it due to well-known reasons. My case has been fluffed off just like that. Yes.
Perhaps I could ask the chief people officer, who's right there, to speak with you.
Yes.
She would be able to resolve it much more than anyone at this
I'm just really surprised that something that is so serious cannot be publicly talked about. That's
Yes, those are the rules. Unfortunately, we can't discuss this publicly.
Could you tell me why the rules are this way?
Because it's an HR matter. It's confidential. It deals with an identifiable individual, and that
Can I ask you
individual is.
why did HR never dealt with my matter before?
Again,
when
I
was still
can't
employed?
answer for HR. HR is right there, and she's happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sheila Pizy-Allen.
Hello.
Hi.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm speaking on behalf of TTC Riders. We're a membership-based transit advocacy group. We wanted to share some of the qualities that we think a new permanent CEO should have, from transit riders' perspective. And the first thing that needs to be said is that people are really frustrated out there at the state of service. The slow zones on the subway, the constant shutdowns are really getting to people. Just this weekend, on 2 separate occasions, I got on the subway, and the people right next to me were complaining about the service. It's sort of, people are getting frustrated, and it relates to the CEO search, because in recent years, we've become increasingly concerned about the slide into disrepair on the TTC, and also the lack of transparency about what's going on in that regard, and that goes right to the top of the organization. Just a couple of examples, today we've heard about the dozens of slow zones we've been dealing with since January of this year, 7 hydraulic fluid leaks from subway work cars this year, and that was only brought forward to the board after a massive leak caused a shutdown. And some of those work cars, our understanding is they could be out there repairing the subway slow zones, but they're sitting on the sidelines because even the TTC's repair equipment needs to be repaired. Scarborough T derailment last summer, experts warned, external consultants that the TTC had been warned in advance about how they prioritize defects. We could go on and on and on about all of these examples. But hiring a new CEO is a chance for renewal and a change of direction. And we hope that you'll consider some of these criteria when recruiting a permanent CEO. The next CEO should be a transit user who really cares about the experience of transit users, not just someone who takes the TTC from Davisville to City Hall, but is trying to understand how people are experiencing it all across the city, and trying to fix them. They should have a track record of accountability, and really bring a passion for fixing the TTC and rebuilding ridership. So you can't fix what you don't measure, and so we're hoping that the next CEO will be willing to be honest about the state of service on the TTC and report on meaningful key performance indicators that tells us what the real state of service is on the ground. We'd also like the new CEO to prioritize this poor state of repair by fixing slow zones and championing transit priority measures and other quick wins that can really improve service for riders every day. And finally, we think that the next CEO should be an advocate for the funding the system needs, and for it to grow. So thank you for listening and considering some of these priorities that riders would like to see.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Sheila? Nope, seeing none. Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of staff on this? Nope. Any speakers on the item? Nope. So no speakers. Can I please have a motion to adopt the recommendations? Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So next, we are going to deal with item 15 and 16 together. So item 15 is the notice of motion, automated streetcar cameras. And item 16 is a notice of motion advancing automated streetcar enforcement to address urgent safety concerns. We have 3 speakers on of these items, beginning with Alan Yule. Alan, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'd always planned on combining the two. Ottawa has similar cameras on its school buses. Ottawa has had them for over 5 years and 3 TTC chairs by now. This will be the first major safety upgrade since we put flashing lights that flash before the doors open on the streetcar, and that only took 1 discussion and 2 deputations. Obviously, I'm very much in favor of these 2 motions, but we're missing a piece to really do this right. We should have similar cameras at the front of streetcars and buses as well. These, like the side cameras, would be used to issue tickets. They would be on specific buses and streetcars that are on King Street, Rapid, TO, and other red-roaded routes. They won't catch every person breaking the law, but they will catch the car in front of that's slowing down the bus or streetcar. Just like fare enforcement, there is going to be a cost to the TTC to do this. Fortunately, I think I have a way to help pay for this and offset the cost of enforcement of this safety program. When provincial offense ticket is issued, the fine is levied and the money is used by the city to help fund the courts. Provincial offense tickets that are issued in Toronto are primarily issued by 2 organizations, TPS and TTC. Toronto Police Service was never designed to make money. The TTC was. It's supposed to make money. You just don't let us keep it. GO Transit fare inspectors have the option of issuing a $35 administration fee for a fare violation. Why can't we? We could add a $35 administration fee to the provincial offense tickets with these cameras, as well as any fare evasion ticket. Both the administration fee and the provincial offense fines would still be collected through the Toronto court system. Toronto courts would continue to keep their revenue stream, but the $35 administration fee would be transferred back to the TTC. This would help us pay for enforcement and safety upgrades to streetcars and buses. It would help offset any of our court costs and help pay for revenue protection teams and their administration costs. This would leave more money for the TTC to operate buses, subways, and streetcars, and sometime this century, LRTs. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions to the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Lee Scott. Thank you, Lee. You have 5 minutes, please. Yes. Can you speak up?
Red light, perfect. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Lee Scott. I am a member of the Walk Toronto Steering Committee and a resident living 50 meters from the 507 streetcar at First Street and Lakeshore Boulevard West in Ward 3, New Toronto. Just this morning, at 7 a.m., as I waited in my car for a green light, on the northbound direction of First Street at Lakeshore Boulevard West, I saw what is almost a daily occurrence. The driver of an SUV passing the open doors of the westbound streetcar that had stopped for passengers at Dwight Avenue. The operator of the streetcar honked repeatedly as the driver of the vehicle continued westbound. Honking is currently the only option of the streetcar operator, a meaningless effort that will not help anyone in the path of that vehicle. Walk Toronto urges the board to accept this motion to use cameras installed in streetcars to record and ticket drivers who drive by the open doors as an absolute minimum action that can be taken to fine and educate drivers to the risk of severe injury and death these drivers pose to the pedestrians boarding and exiting the streetcar. Each person riding in a streetcar is repeatedly reminded by the recorded message just before the doors open to look right for traffic. Traffic is actually the driver of a vehicle that it could inflict severe harm or death. This is just another example of how the most vulnerable road users must be in a constant state of high vigilance when trying to navigate the city. Also, it is important to remember, especially because we often forget, that there could be pedestrians waiting at the curb to step out to the road to board the incoming streetcar. There is no automated message at the streetcar stop reminding a person to look left. Meanwhile, there are drivers of vehicles who are oblivious to these pedestrians waiting at the curb. These drivers attempt to speed past the streetcar before the red lights to the doors begin to flash. Several years ago, I witnessed this exact horrifying scenario. A pedestrian stepped out on the curb at Kipling and Lakeshore Boulevard West just before the flashing lights had been turned on. It was dark and rainy. That person was violently struck and thrown to the pavement by a driver racing past the streetcar. And that person did not move and was covered by a coat, and I, to this day, do not know if that person survived. Walk Toronto sees the automated camera solution as a reactive tool that will begin an education process for drivers, but it is just that, it is reactive. We would like to take this opportunity to request that the TTC Board consider even more proactive solutions to avoiding pedestrian injury and death, possibly turning on the flashing lights before the streetcar has come to a stop. It is raining today, and we are entering the dark season. This is the time of year when pedestrians and other vulnerable road users are at even greater risk getting on and off the streetcar. Walk Toronto urges the board to accept this motion as a vital first step in making the people boarding and exiting streetcars safer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from for the deputant? Nope. Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Vincent Puhaka.
Perfect. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
That's perfect. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. So, as a city, we spent a lot of time discussing transit safety in the past few years with obviously very good reason. However, today I'm speaking on a different type of safety issue, namely interactions between streetcar passengers and motorists. So, I live downtown and I rely on the streetcar network a lot in my daily life. My building fronts directly onto Carlton Street, so I board the 506 streetcar at the very busy Yonge and Carlton intersection, which is busy in all senses, car traffic, pedestrians, and people boarding streetcars. Because of the nature of the street, motorists tend to behave very, very badly. For example, when one looks west from Yonge, the street has parking and a Cafe TO patio on the north side lane, just before you get to police headquarters. When a streetcar approaches the stop, motorists will very, very, very often race ahead of the streetcar to try and catch the light and merge into the left-hand lane on the other side. So I can't count the number of close calls I've seen right there. The problem is less bad for folks waiting on the sidewalk. You know, you can see a car trying to beat the doors, hopefully. But if you're exiting a streetcar or exiting the streetcar at that stop, it can be very dangerous. Of course, we should all be looking right before exiting, but given that there are often parked cars in that rightmost lane, it can be extremely difficult to see. While I have no children and don't really carry groceries on the TTC, so I can catch myself if I see a car passing, this isn't as easy for folks with strollers or bundle buggies and arms full of shopping and the like, and I'm surprised that I haven't seen anyone hit personally while getting off a streetcar. You can imagine how disastrous that would be if it was an older person or someone with a child. These sorts of conditions are replicated throughout the streetcar network, and we've had a number of tragic incidents over the years where pedestrians are struck, most recently earlier this month. So of course, As an urbanist, I tend to fantasize about street redesigns, but these are very unlikely to happen anytime soon. And what I'm calling for today is the enabling of automated enforcement for drivers who pass open streetcar doors. Since 2023, last summer, the province has actually allowed this, and it's surprising the TTC has not been empowered to do so. Automated enforcement, I feel, is superior to regular traffic policing in the sense that cameras on streetcars don't discriminate, and we won't see heavier attention on more, say, marginalized people, and not to mention that police just aren't everywhere in any case, so this is a superior solution. And finally, the use of automated enforcement should also be expanded to buses using transit priority lanes. Toronto's going to see a lot more of these as we expand rapid TO, and right now we're relying mostly on motorist goodwill to stay out of the red lanes. So this is another situation where I personally have seen a lot of poor behavior from motorists, and if we as a city are serious about speeding up bus trips, this is also going to be a necessity. So ultimately, as you may have guessed, I'm in very strong favor of this motion, and I urge you not only pass it, but perhaps on future meetings expand the scope to buses using transit priority lanes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vincent, does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none, thank you very much.
Yep.
We will now go to questions of staff. Councillor Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
So I'll ask the easy one first. We're not waiting for the province to give us any regulatory allowances to do this. We can do this if we choose to. Is that correct?
Through the chair, we are actually in market right now with an RFQ out to seek some of this exact technology that your motion speaks to. Not prescriptive to have to design what that is, but we're looking for that so that we can start running a pilot with those responses.
That's wonderful. So, and it's really not a matter of whether or not we believe this is a good thing to do. I think all of us, unless the debate turns sideways, but I don't think it will, I think we all agree that this is a smart idea. So we agree that we want to move forward, but it's about the best implementation plan, technology, ways to collect the fines, all that kind of stuff, right? Is that a fair summary?
Through you, through the chair, exactly. It's testing the technology. It is through that pilot. It is getting the the actual processing of fines piece settled when there's a bit of a capacity issue with the City of Toronto, but we think there could be solutions there with what Brampton has recently opened up, and working through some of the logistics along with the actual on-the-ground testing.
Yeah, and that's why the two motions, in fact, are complementary, because they speak to both moving forward and the way to do it. How unique is Toronto compared to cities around the world that have their own tram systems, where we have people cross a curb lane to enter and exit a streetcar rather than having the tram or streetcar actually like right at the curb?
Through the chair, we are unique. There are a few examples, and in the process of developing this RFQ and the pilot, we have reached out to some places in Melbourne. Boston has one line. There's one in San Francisco, but for the most part, you would be seeing, environments where the transit is separated from the pedestrians, and we obviously see lots of benefits to making that separation. But Toronto is certainly unique with a few other exceptions, but nothing as robust and common as we see in Toronto.
But am I hearing you correctly that we are looking for best practices from some similarities?
Yeah, we are.
And then lastly, if I can remember the last question that I had. I don't. And it was the best one, of course.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I might throw in one last one after Diane.
No worries. Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 5 minutes, please.
Maybe my question is the one you were going to ask.
It must be.
Josh.
It must
Yeah, so let me ask it. Car manufacturers are beginning to build in automated sensors into cars, and some of you may have cars that I just got a new car, and if I don't brake at the right time, and I'm going to I'm going to crash into the car in front of me, the car brakes. So really good, because I'm getting old and decrepit. But so my question, you don't have to agree with that, Josh. Would you agree?
I was laughing because it was so preposterous.
All right, I'll give you a pass on that one. So my question is, are we just making, should we, can we, are we making car manufacturers aware of the fact that it would be really great if they thought about, as they're considering the sensors they should be putting in, just to think about how they might also play a role in putting something into the cars that would sense streetcars, that kind of thing. Just, it may be worth getting in touch with them. So a question whether we could just write them a letter.
Through the chair, I don't think we've had conversations with the automotive manufacturers, but I would say two things. We're happy to do that. And secondly, as we get responses to the RFQ, we'll also see what technology solutions may include some of those interactions. So happy to add that to our list, because we do believe that education is part of this too, for people who aren't used to our unique setting. And so that there's always work to be done there, and happy to look and see if we can reach out to the automotive industry.
Thank you, Vice Chair De Laurentiis. Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you. In response to the suggestion by the deputant that we should put cameras on buses as well, two questions. First of all, do buses let people out in the middle of the street?
Buses, through the chair, buses tend to let off people at a sidewalk typically, or at a station where they wouldn't be in that situation.
That's my experience. And secondly, to Mr. Atlas, the Highway Traffic Act specifically provides that cameras can be put on an automated street as part of an automated streetcar enforcement system, and it doesn't allow buses, right? Section 206.1 of the Highway Traffic Act?
That is currently correct.
Okay, so we can't do it for buses, and we probably don't have to have the same need for it for buses. Now, you said you're in the process of putting out a request. How long until we actually have these things working?
So it's actually out right now. It closes in, I believe, 2 weeks when we get those 3 weeks. Through the chair, we get those responses back. And there'd be obviously a evaluation period. And then based on what we get, we would run a 12-month pilot. Our hope is that we get multiple respondents, because again, we don't want to prescribe what the technology solution necessarily is. And I got to be careful because it is in the market. But yeah, we hope to get lots of solutions back.
Right, and then the pilot would try more than one technology?
Through the chair, the idea is that we're looking at 2 vendors.
Right.
That we would be assessing on different streetcars, and in both cases, the intent of the pilots to help us understand what technology best can sense the infractions, and which ones give us the evidentiary package of information that we need to actually
So if all goes well, when does the pilot start?
Q1 of 25.
Okay, so not very long from now.
No.
And then what percentage of the streetcar routes are going to have the pilot?
That's to be decided as we understand that.
Okay, can I volunteer my ward?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Matlow.
And thank you for the help of the vibrant and healthy vice chair for prompting my memory. Speaking of memory, I'm going by memory, but did I read correctly that the last time that the TTC actually collected data on drivers passing by open streetcar doors was something like in 2009, and the data showed it was like by the thousands? Does anyone have an answer to that?
Through the chair, we'll have to get back to you on that. We can provide that data to the board. I think we have more recent data than that. I don't know if it's as comprehensive a study as maybe that was done in 2009, but
it'd be hard to collect that, because it's also hard to, we don't have the cameras, so therefore how do we predict
and through
happen?
Through the chair, often, sadly, the data that's collected is when there's something that happens. It's harder to track misses or near misses and those types of things. And so, and to your point, through the chair, without the camera, we can't quantify it as much as we'd like to.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to verify if that was a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I have a couple questions. Do you have a question? Sure.
If TTC was to ever go this route, is there a vision on how the tickets may be processed, whether it be through the provincial court system or through administrative penalty system, or are we there yet?
I'll start and then hand it off. We're not there through the chair. We're not there yet, and so that's something on the work plan, along with looking at the technology and the implementation. But we recognize there is a processing, I'll call it a bit of a logjam or capacity issue through the City of Toronto, and so we have been working with our city colleagues, but also are aware of recent capacity that's been added with one of our municipal neighbors.
Is it a highway traffic offense to pass a streetcar with the doors open, and is there demerit points?
So yes, it is illegal to pass a streetcar with the doors open, and it is 3 demerit points if convicted.
If it went to an administrative penalty system, those no longer apply. It just becomes monetary.
Same for any automated ticket. You will be charging the owner of the vehicle, not the operator.
If there's a further review on this and a report back, would staff consider this as an agreeable undertaking, is to make sure that we get a complete view of the upfront, the technology, the bits and pieces, but also the realities of the processing system, which leads to the final point where somebody gets a bill in the mail. And what I'm getting at is there's only a certain percent of the cases make it through the courts for various reasons. And there's very big differences between those numbers in an administrative penalty system and also the secondary consequences, which have to do with demerit points and auto insurance. And if there's an agreement of the undertaking, I just want to make sure the board has the complete picture. Thank you.
Through the chair, we would ensure that the full cost of such an operation would be provided.
And sorry for clarity, not just the cost, but just the numerical statistics of, you know, so we get 1,000 tickets, but board, so you know, only 10% actually see the light of a court type thing, so we can make sure we understand it. Because I really want to see the behavior change, and I don't think this should be about making money for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I just had a few. So the first question is, so the board had made this request back in 2019. The province granted the city the authority to do this back in 2021. So why has it taken, I guess, this long for us to get here?
So through the chair, we finally we received the royal assent in 2021, and it was determined in 22 that we could use technology for auto enforcement, and then in the 23 budget, we funded the pilot, and that's what we're working with at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And just out of curiosity, what would be the maximum penalty for someone caught driving past an open streetcar door?
Through the chair, today is $85 plus a victim surcharge of $28.25, I think, so $113. If it's in a community safety zone, it's $150 plus the surcharge of $33.
Sorry, could you repeat that? They didn't hear.
So it's $85 plus the victim surcharge. In a community safety zone, it is $150 plus the victim surcharge. Plus the 3 demerit points, plus if convicted of moving violations, if there's impact on insurance. But the fine amount is $85 and $150.
And those penalties are set by the province, correct?
Correct.
So the city has no ability to raise those penalties or fines?
They have no independent ability. They can request the province to relook at the fine associated with passing open streetcar doors.
Okay. And do we have any data as to how many passengers annually are hit, either entering or exiting streetcars? because of passing cars?
So we have it from a claims perspective, so there's some caveats to these numbers. So from 2014 to 2024, there's 141 reported claims or incidents, so that's about, on average, 14 per year. Again, that's a claim. In this case, if you didn't believe the TTC was responsible and you're going just with the motor vehicle, you may not make a claim to the TTC, so that's going to be probably underreported.
Okay, thank you very much. And do we have a sense as to how much the TTC annually pays out or has paid out on these claims?
So out of the total of 141 cases, I think the total, if I can read my notes, is 186, so just under 200,000 on the 141 reported cases.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, speakers on this item, Councillor Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was just confirmed that my memory is essentially correct, that many years ago, the TTC did collect more data on drivers passing by streetcars with open doors. As Mr. Atlas confirmed, in the past decade, there have been at the very least 141 claims, which I think can reasonably suggest that that did not capture the many, many near misses and, incidents that went unclaimed or unreported. Anecdotally, I think most of us, if not all of us, have stories and experiences of really scary near misses, or just witnessing. Maybe we weren't the ones right there, but we witnessed a car just zoom past. And there have been tragedies, and obviously we never want to see another one happen. And certainly, without knowing in good conscience that we've done everything possible within the power and the ability that we have to prevent them. And I think most people do want to follow the rules, and they do want to respect people, and they care about each other's safety. I think most of us in society live that way and feel that way. But for those selfish idiots who just don't care about other people's safety, they might care about their own wallet. And that's what this is about. It's about ensuring that people proactively understand that there could be consequences for that behavior, and then have consequences for that behavior if it happens. I do think that we need to educate people and understand that there is a possibility of getting dinged if you do that, and I think we need to be boisterous about that campaign. As we roll this out. In other words, we need to make it very clear that there's a very good and very distinct possibility that you're going to get caught if you act so dangerously and recklessly. The amount of the fine is absurdly low. So when we talk about consequences, I believe that we do need to have a conversation with the province about upping the numbers so that that person does fear feeling that in their wallet, because $85 just doesn't, I don't think, does it. Certainly for what we're trying to achieve. So I really appreciate what I heard from staff today, that you are actively working on this, that you are moving forward within the next few months to roll out the pilot, and that's why today I know that we can very confidently approve that we intend to do this, and then wait to see what your specific implementation plan is based on the responses to the RFP. That all being said, though, it is frustrating, and it's not, most of you here weren't even kind of the ones who were working on this at the time, but when I was researching this, when I was working on the motion, and I've kind of campaigning to move forward on this, I was reading through archives of news articles, and they go back years and years and years. I was reading past chairs, from 10 years ago, saying, we're literally, verbatim, we're going to fast track this. And, here we are again. So let this be the time where nobody in the future reads back and says, oh, they promised a bunch of stuff and they didn't do it. I look forward to, this time early next year, actually seeing this start to roll out. And I'm really excited to work with all of you to make sure that it happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any other speakers? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, again, I want to thank the staff for this. It was a person in my ward who was hit a week ago at College in Bathurst. And I mean, these aren't accidents. These are crashes that occur because of poor human behavior, poor infrastructure, lack of protections. And this is something we can fix. I mean, there's so many different things where we want the province to allow us to use automated enforcement. And we heard just yesterday that, oh, no, they're not going to allow automated enforcement. Not that they allow us to do much other things other, but at least we've got permission to do this one little thing, which is very important for this organization and everyone who takes the streetcar. I mean, Spadina and St. Clair, there's islands to get off. But most of the other streetcar lines, there isn't. You get off in the middle of the street. And given the rage and the recklessness and the carelessness and the selfishness of so many drivers, we need to do more and we need to do it faster. So I'm really delighted to hear that the equipment is being ordered, or at least about to be ordered, and we'll have it in as early as possible in the new year. I'm dead serious that I want at least one of the pilots in my ward. And, you know, we need this, and we need to do as much of it as quickly as we possibly can, because we need to make, you know, go back to everything we say in our plan. We want the TTC to be safe. We want it to be appealing. We want people to feel secure, and you don't feel secure if you have to dart through traffic to get on a streetcar and take your life in your hands to get off. And that's the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this.
On the notice of motion by Commissioner Josh Matlow, automated streetcar cameras, Commissioner Ainsley, your vote? Vice Chair.
In favor?
Yep. Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
In favor?
Commissioner Holiday? In favor. Commissioner Kim? In favor. Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Osborne?
In favor.
Commissioner Sachs? In favor. The motion, Chair Myers.
In favor.
Motion carries unanimously, 8 in favor. On the motion by Commissioner Sachs, advancing automated streetcar enforcement to address urgent safety concerns, Commissioner Ainsley? In favor. Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
In favor?
Commissioner Holiday?
In favor.
Commissioner Kim?
In favor.
Commissioner Mallow? Commissioner Osborne?
In favor.
Commissioner Sachs? In favor. Chair Myers?
In favor.
Motion carries unanimously, 8 in favor.
So on to the next item, which is item number 17, misleading fossil fuel advertisements on the TTC. We have two speakers on this item, beginning with Ann Carey. Hi, Ann. Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Please go.
Much. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Keary. I'm a resident in Ward 11. I'm also a member of For Our Kids Toronto, a group of parents and caregivers who advocate for climate justice. In addition, I serve as co-chair of the Toronto Climate Action Network. So I'm here today to urge you to endorse the motion to ban fossil fuel advertising on the TTC. We are at a critical moment here. The Hague just banned fossil fuel advertising. Other cities, Edinburgh, Amsterdam, Yarra and Sheffield, have placed limits on fossil fuel advertising. Toronto could take the lead on this in Canada. There are many reasons to join the movement to ban fossil fuel advertising. Let's be clear. We are calling here for a ban on the promotion of a product whose continued use is already causing global devastation. You know this. Planet-warming emissions from the burning of fossil fuels are disrupting the Earth's climate systems, leading to more extreme weather events, extended droughts and heat waves, more frequent and extreme wildfires, and catastrophic flooding. We are seeing this here in Toronto, in Canada, and around the world. Human health, food security, and global stability are now under threat. Let's also be clear. Fossil fuel companies have long known that what the continued use of their product would do. Through the 1960s, 70s and 80s, Exxon, Shell and other companies employed their own scientific teams to study the risks posed by climate change. It is chilling to read, as I recently did, that a 1988 study commissioned by Shell warned that atmospheric changes brought about by fossil fuel burning would, quote, have a substantial impact on global habitability. Let's also be clear. Fossil fuel companies responded to these reports not by acknowledging the problem, but by downplaying the reality of global warming and promoting more use of fossil fuels. They borrowed from Big Tobacco's playbook, and just as tobacco companies sowed doubt about the health impacts of smoking, so did the oil and gas industry sow doubt about climate science. They launched a massive campaign to promote denialism, and at the same time, they invested heavily in advertising to encourage yet more fossil fuel consumption while knowing it would severely harm the public. We are now living with the consequences. People are sickening and dying in heat waves, storms are overwhelming our infrastructure, smoke from wildfires is making our air dangerous to breathe. The climate crisis is accelerating. And the oil and gas industry is still aggressively advertising their products, but they're doing this now because they know that the game is up. In 2018, the authors of the UN IPCC report warned that if we are to have a chance of limiting warming to 1.5 and avoiding catastrophic climate change, we must cut emissions by 45% by 2030 and then reach net zero by 2050. At COP last year, even in the face of massive industry resistance, world leaders agreed to a transition away from fossil fuels. And leaders meeting now at the UN Climate Summit to negotiate a pact for the future have now committed to a transition away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly and equitable manner, accelerating action in this critical decade. It is now globally recognised that our chance of a safer climate future depends on ending our dangerous dependence on fossil fuels. And this is why fossil fuel companies are upping their advertising game, greenwashing their industry, and obstructing the energy transition at every step of the way. They are acting in the interests of profit, no matter the costs to our health, our communities, and our kids' futures. So at this time, more than ever, we need our public bodies to act in the public interest. Just as we banned the advertising of tobacco products because of the harm they caused, we must now ban the advertising of fossil fuels for the harm they cause and the threat they pose to our health, our rights, and our kids' rights to a livable future. So let's end fossil fuel advertising on the TTC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anne, does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Oh, Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, I just want to say, Anne, thank you. You've been working on this issue passionately and indefatigably for a very long period of time. I appreciate you drawing the issue to my attention, making me think about it, and appreciate your support.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim, 5 minutes, please.
To be quick, just for clarification, the heading is misleading fossil fuel ads.
That would go to the Commissioner Sachs. Do you have a question for the deputant?
No, I don't.
Okay, so yeah, we'll get to that. Thank you. Thank you, you're done.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jacinta McConnell from TTC Riders. Okay, sorry. So Jacinta is no longer here. Next, we go to questions of staff. Does anybody have any questions of staff on this item? No? Yep. Do you have questions? Okay, great. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I actually don't know who will take this, but so we've got a set of policies that govern what is advertised in our facilities and our vehicles. If I understand this motion correctly, this moves the onus deeper onto the commission to analyze and police the ads. Is that a fair appraisal? Do I understand that right? And it's okay if I don't got it right. Just let me know.
So the policy, current policy, provides that the company that controls the advertising, so TTC is contracted with Pattison Outdoor to provide advertising, that they make or could make an initial decision, and then for anything that they're not sure about, they send to staff to then review to ensure that it's consistent with the policy. If staff rejects it, the advertiser can come back to a different group of staff to effectively appeal the staff decision with respect to whether the policy's been properly applied.
That's the proposal. Like the point I'm getting at.
That's what the proposal kicks it back to the policy so that you follow the policy for both of them. In this case, it asked Pattison, instead of making the initial decision, to kick it to staff, which is also in the policy, but Pattison has the first. So Pattison won't make the decision. It will go to staff to then review the ad against the policy.
So that's if an ad is controversial, perhaps in poor taste, whatever offensive thing there could be, there's a mechanism to deal with what gets posted in our facilities and our properties at a very broad perspective.
Through the chair, correct.
Yeah, okay. And do I understand this proposal gets a little deeper and it starts to, let's set aside prohibiting fossil fuel advertising completely and just go to, does this now put the onus on us to start to police and determine whether or not claims are true? Because I think at the heart of this was some statement about natural gas, right?
So I don't necessarily think that's 100% correct. The courts, including the Supreme Court of Canada, has spoken on this issue. They have a famous TransLink decision from 2009 with respect to advertising in public transit. It found that a ban on certain types of advertising in public transit was unconstitutional and set a pretty high threshold for how you prohibit ads. Coupled with that, the Supreme Court of Canada has also come up, and what you see since the TransLink decision are a whole bunch of decisions that effectively go to whether municipalities or agencies have properly applied a second Supreme Court of Canada test, which is about a proportionality, which is looking at that from a proportionality, the objective or the legislative objective of the prohibition against the fact that you're going to violate someone's freedom of expression, and looking at that. So it says the fact that ad standards may have found that an ad violated their standards is a factor in the determination, but you need to do on an individual basis that proportionality analysis, which is what this motion, why it kicks it back to staff, is so you can look at that to make sure you've properly done that review against the objective versus the charter violation from freedom of expression, which goes to the fact that you could have, in one of the cases, just to find my notes, in one of the cases they specifically talk about that, about the misleading advertisement, but you need to weigh that against whether that's just someone's opinion and trying to weigh those two issues against one another.
So it in effect, though, requires us to do the work of ad standards, because ad standards may or may not accept or allow an ad.
No, ad standards is a factor that goes into the TTC making the determination as to whether the ad is properly posted or not. What the courts have said is you can't give that discretion just to ad standards.
Okay.
Ad standards is a portion of the review. So if they find that it violates their code, that's a factor that goes into how you do your analysis. But you can't effectively just give the discretion to say ad standards.
So this sounds like a lot of work for staff. If we don't do this, what's the downside, right? We could have lots of discussion about what we think is right, but do we have any obligation to police the ads beyond the current mechanism, or ads in general?
So I think the policy says that we would police the ads to make sure that we believe that they comply with the legislation, or they comply with laws, that they comply with the ad standards, and we list and policies. So we generally have, and the policy is designed to try to enforce that there are some ads that may go to some extreme that we do not want on the system for whatever various reasons.
So, forgive me, Chair, because this is technical. Let's just
final question.
Set aside the piece again about an outright ban on fossil fuel advertising. What utility is this motion beyond what we're already doing? Because it sounds like we have a mechanism in place. what more is the motion asking of staff? And what's the implication?
So I'm not the mover of the notice of motion, but in my interpretation of the motion, it doesn't ask for anything other than to follow the policy, with one exception, is it's making sure that Pattison provides that ad to the TTC so the TTC can do its proper analysis as to whether the ad complies with the policy. Before it gets posted.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ellis. Just want to confirm that you worked with me on this wording, and you think this wording is acceptable within the context of the TTC's rights and obligations.
100% correct.
And it's also true that the TTC has, until recently, accepted advertising from the Pathways Allowance, which wrapped streetcars with claims from the oil companies about what they claimed they were doing in the oil sands, right?
Through the chair, we have accepted advertising in different forms from Pathways Alliance, and I think others that would be fossil fuel industry advocacy groups.
Right. And having a TTC streetcar completely wrapped in fossil fuel advertising, that's lending the brand and credibility of the TTC to that advertising. Isn't that the case?
I think that through the chair, I would agree that it's probably why a lot of people want to advertise with the TTC to be associated with our brand.
Exactly. They want our brand. All right. And we now have this change of the Competition Act that was adopted just a few months ago, which now puts the onus of proof on an advertiser that makes scientific claims. That was never clear before, right?
Through the chair, correct.
Right. And under this policy, we are now building on that legal foundation to say to the fossil fuel companies, you have to substantiate your claims, prove that they're factual. Is that right?
Through the chair, that is our read of this motion.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Vice Chair De Laurentiis. 5 minutes, please.
A couple of questions. The first one is, Pattison is our sole agent when it comes to ads, right?
Through the chair, that's correct. We have a turnkey deal, I would call it, with Pattison around advertising.
Okay. In our contract with them, just to the point made by Councillor Halliday that this is a lot of work. So in our contract with them, would we not include that it is their role to do some policing, including against established standards? Or that hasn't been part of the contract?
So it is, and they have in the past done some policing. So on things that I would say were obvious, they have not provided the ad to the TTC and have rejected it, or they have their own policies in place as to why they won't accept that type of advertising.
Okay, so should a consideration be that whenever the contract is up, that we just make it a little more explicit? Because if there are national standards and our own policy says we will abide by those national standards, it seems to me logical that we would require our agent then to apply our policy on ads, so we're not duplicating the work.
So I think it's a little more nuanced than that. The courts have effectively said you can't contract out or have federal discretion by giving that onus to someone else. So at the end of the day, at certain advertisements, it's the TTC, who's the seller of the advertisements in the public space, that may have to do the analysis to determine whether the ad complies or not.
Okay, but we could give them some guidelines to say, here's a checklist. Could you at least?
And that's what they do today. Yeah. So that's why they'll be the first level. And then there's other ads where if they're unsure or they've made a determination that they don't think is acceptable, they'll send it to TTC to ask the question of whether the TTC is acceptable. This motion effectively tries to remove Pattison and says we want those ads that fall within the motion to come to the TTC so the staff can do the proper review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? I'm going to move to that next. Okay. Seeing no other questions of staff, we'll now move to questions of the mover. Commissioner Osborne, then Commissioner Kim. 3 minutes. Clarification of the motion.
Just wanted to find out, just because of what the deputant said, this is a motion just about fossil fuel advocacy, not fossil fuel companies.
Correct.
And have we determined that the ads themselves are misleading?
Well, I mean, several people have. There's an extensive, if you had a chance to read the motion, look at the attachments, you'll see that there is a very detailed academic study that has done enormous expert work on the Pathways Alliance. In addition, there's been a regulatory decision about Canada Direct, and, as well as numerous decisions in Europe finding fossil fuel advertising to be misleading. And the advertising that the Pathways Alliance wrapped our streetcars in earlier this year was highly misleading.
So then if that's the case, why do we need a motion if there's already rules in place? I'm sort of in line with Commissioner Holliday's line of thinking, that if the ads are misleading, we can get them out anyway. We don't need to start to now pick off certain kinds of advertising.
We shouldn't have had to do this, right? It was always clear since the TransLink decision, the TTC has subscribed to the code which says that non-factual scientific claims should not be accepted, but we did over and over again, which is why the Pathways Alliance ads did appear over and over again. It was difficult. It was more difficult for the TTC to refuse those before the three big things that happened this year. The Competition Act, which puts the onus of proof on the advertisers, which was never clear before. The academic work, which has documented the thoroughgoing greenwashing and misleading information provided by Pathways Alliance, and the regulatory decision of the same about Canada Direct. So although the policy was there all along, it was not effective in keeping out the misleading fossil fuel advocacy advertising. That's why I brought my motion. What we had before did not work. What we now have is a legal basis to do something that does work, and it's been, extensively worked over with Mr. Atlas to make sure that the wording works for staff and is not going to be unduly burdensome. Now, in addition to all of that, it's not clear whether the Pathways Alliance is going to try again. They've pulled all of their false claims off their own website as soon as the Competition Act was amended, because what they say is it is uncertain whether or not their claims can be justified. I mean, I don't have any uncertainty about it at all, and the academic work shows that there shouldn't be. But we shouldn't be lending our brand to these lies about the largest issue that's going to dominate the world for the, I don't know how many decades, and which is already adversely affecting the TTC with the heat and the floods and the high winds and so on. So it's of direct existential importance to the people of the city. It's of direct importance to the TTC. Our existing policy has failed over and over again, so this is a stronger version.
So it's...
That's it, just 3 minutes. Okay. Do you have another quick question?
I've been able to ask any more questions, so please come back when you're...
Commissioner Kim, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
It's clarification very much related to what Commissioner Osborne had said. I just wanted to know, like, at first I thought it was misleading ads within fossil fuels, but then it's looking like it's more of a climate change issue as opposed to fossil fuels.
Well, that's why they publish misleading ads, is to prevent climate change action, but generally. But yes, what our code says is that factual claims have to be justified. They make factual claims on a regular basis, which are not justified, which is why we have these three pieces of evidence that I've cited.
But if it's a fossil fuel company, if it's Suncor advertising just what they do and there's no misleading...
That wouldn't be covered here.
Okay, so that's...
Also, this is not yet an attempt to say we won't take car ads or fossil fuel ads or airplane ads the way many other cities have. This is starting with fossil fuel advocacy advertising that's, in the first two cases, are misleading. And then the third case, which is contrary to key city policies. And so that's, we'll see what staff come back with in item 3. Number 1 and 2 are, we need to stop lending our brand to greenwashing and lies that undercut climate action.
But if it's a fossil fuel ad that's not misleading, that is factual,
then it wouldn't be covered.
Then that would be allowed.
Well, 1 and 2 wouldn't apply to it, and number 3, we'll have to hear what staff recommend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions seeking clarification? Councillor Holyday?
Thank you. I'm just going to ask the mover of just to make sure I understand this right. So part number 1 asks our provider, Pattison, to forward ads that come from 2 companies, Pathway Alliance or Canada Action, which is called the advertiser. That's correct. That's for that action. Just forward us the ads that come from this company.
Correct.
Okay, and then part number 2 says for the staff to review anything from those 2 companies, which get forwarded under part 1, against Article 8 of our policy, and also whether or not it meets the requirements of the Competition Act
Correct.
and the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards.
Well, that is the code that's referred to. The TTC advertising policy refers to the code.
I'm sorry, yeah, the Canadian Code, and then the methodology is prescribed by the Competition Act.
Correct.
Does that add any new responsibilities beyond what is already required? Assuming that we get over the first part, which is to forward everything from this company.
It requires staff to look at it through the lens that the Competition Act has established for advertising, which is more strict and which was adopted specifically because of the wave of misleading advertising by fossil fuel companies, which has been a problem right across the country. So the Competition Act has responded to that. This will now align the TTC's actions with the Competition Act, which applies to all advertising.
Why wouldn't we expect that from Pattison if the ads were not compliant with legislation?
I don't know. I can't answer any question about why Pattison acts the way they did. All I know is as a result of their actions, the TTC has repeatedly lent its brand to greenwashing and misleading advertising, and that should stop.
Was that prior to the Competition Act requirements?
It, I'd have to go back and look at the exact timing. I know we had some earlier this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else seeking clarification of the mover? Seeing none. Any speakers on the item? Commissioner Osborne, then Commissioner Sachs. 5 minutes, please.
So I am concerned that we are creating some infrastructure here and some policy here that duplicates what's already in existence. And I don't take issue with the spirit of this, like with their misleading advertising. And I mentioned this to Commissioner Sachs when we spoke. I have some experience in this. I used to be a magazine publisher, and we dealt with the ad standards, and our position at the time was we accepted all legal ads, except before they outlawed tobacco, except tobacco. And I am very concerned about the thin edge of the wedge on this, that, yes, we don't want to greenwash for advocacy groups. It's not a very long distance away from telling Petrocan or, gas-using SUV that they can advertise. Now we're talking about, I think, a much larger burden on our setup. Anyway, for me, it's just the redundancy of the systems that we already have in place, which is why I don't want to support this. It is not because I think that fossil fuel advocacy companies are doing a great job. If they're lying, they should be off our streetcars and subways and buses. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs? Sorry, Commissioner Holyday, 5 minutes, please.
Commissioner Sachs agreed that I could go first. I wanted to give her the opportunity. I'm with Commissioner Osborne. I don't really think that we need to add extra layers of bureaucracy, and I'm worried about additional layers on the staff. I think there are laws that govern advertising and standards. I'm okay to default with them. And I certainly don't agree with number 3, because I think number 3 opens the door to so many things. I don't have a problem with ESSO or Shell or, anybody advertising with us. We need so much money. Why would we voluntarily exclude advertisers? And so, and maybe that's a stretch about where this could go in the future, but it starts with fuel advocacy, and who knows where it goes next. So I'm glad I heard from staff that there are some mechanisms in place that control ads which go too far, and I'm satisfied with those. And I appreciate the examples, and I looked them up online, but I just don't think we need the extra layer.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Any other speakers? Commissioner Sachs, 5 minutes, please.
So what I say to my colleagues is, if our current system worked, I wouldn't be bringing the motion. If our current system worked, the TTC streetcars would not have been wrapped with fossil fuel lying, which is what happened repeatedly, including earlier this year. Our current system looks good on paper, doesn't work in practice. So we need a better system. We are supposed to learn from experience. And as Mr. Cole acknowledged, this lends our brand and our credibility to the fossil fuel advocacy, which is specifically designed to undercut the climate action, which is absolutely essential for a livable future for anybody younger than me, which is most of you. So this is minimally intrusive. I've worked it out with Mr. Atlas. We had a number of conversations about what would work for the TTC. You've heard him say he's not concerned about this. This is manageable for the staff. This is workable. It complies with our legal obligations. And we should be setting a good example, and we shouldn't be lending our brand to lies. And we shouldn't be lending our brand to lies about the issue that's going to dominate the rest of our lives and make all of our other problems more difficult. So it's true, there are some places around the world that have already decided, because of the urgency of climate change, they will not accept advertising from anybody who's advertising things that use fossil fuels. So I thought about that. I don't think we're at that stage yet. But I do think that we should be taking seriously the commitments that we as a city and we as the TTC have made. The city has made Transform TO commitments because of the essential nature of the issue. We've declared climate change an emergency. The TTC itself has net zero commitments, and it is contrary to those commitments to be then lending our brand for fossil fuel advocacy and lies about it. Now, I'm not going to try to prejudge what the staff are going to come back and recommend as to what's inconsistent with Transform TO. I am going to be bringing the same motion, a very similar motion, to council, asking the city to also think about a rule about fossil fuel advocacy advertising for the same reasons. And I will expect that TTC and city staff, assuming that my motion passes, will be consulting each other on what is a reasonable place to go, given where we are in the climate progress. So I guess that's what it really comes down to. We have a current system. We've had a current system for many years. It has not worked in keeping greenwashing off the TTC. We should keep greenwashing off the TTC because it is enormously harmful. Yes, of course, we need money. But that doesn't mean money at any cost to anybody for anything, which is why we refused to accept tobacco advertising before we were required to do so, because we knew it was enormously harmful and doing actual harm to our customers. Well, climate change, fossil fuel advocacy advertising is the same. And now that we have the evidence that Pathways in particular and Canada Action, their advertisements are misleading. We have two different sources of evidence of that, and we have the Competition Act. To turn a blind eye and just say, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed for us. We're just going to rely on Pattison. We're not going to take any specific role or responsibility for what appears on our vehicles, I think is unwise. I would go so far personally to think it's immoral. It means we're not taking seriously what we know. It means we're not taking seriously the evidence that's been provided to us. And I think we should. It's not very burdensome for staff. I don't see it as, and we're not going to take ads from anybody that we don't like or anybody who we think we disapprove of in any way. It's not what it says. It's very limited to the two specific misleading advertisers and asking staff to tell us what would decline advertising that is inconsistent with our own commitments. There's nothing else like that. So I'm asking for your support. I do appreciate Commissioner Ainsley's support in seconding the motion. I appreciate staff working with me very hard on how do we move forward with this, and I ask for your support in voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll call for a vote unless there are no other speakers. All those in favor of the motion?
On the item, Commissioner Ainsley,
In favor?
Vice Chair De Laurentiis,
In favor.
Commissioner Holliday, Commissioner Kim,
Opposed.
Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Osborne,
Opposed?
Commissioner Sachs, Chair Myers.
In favor.
The motion carries. The vote is 5-3 in favor.
So our final item is item 18, notice of motion, continuing free Wi-Fi service by Commissioner Matlow, seconded by Chair Myers. We have one speaker on this item, Elton Campbell, TTC Riders. Hi, Elton. You have 5 minutes, please.
City Councillors, good afternoon, everyone. How many of you ever cut open a seemingly empty tube of toothpaste because you couldn't afford to buy a newly filled tube of toothpaste? Anyone? Low-income people make the impossible possible each day. However, there are limitations. Without having access to the right resources, we cannot make the impossible possible. I live 4 times below the poverty line. As a final year student at Glendon campus of York University with invisible disabilities, I cannot afford a data plan, and at times my self-service is suspended due to insufficient funds. Through it all, the TTC imperfect Wi-Fi service has helped me to make the impossible possible. The Presto machines only accept certain increments of money. Many times I narrowly escape being stranded on the streets of Toronto or missing classes by utilizing the imperfect Wi-Fi service to top up my Presto account with $1 or 50 cents or 16 cents and shockingly 1 cent. Imagine 1 cent from a $425 fare evasion fine. Imagine 1 cent from making the impossible possible. Many times while on transit, I don't make it home or to a library on time for important online meetings, such as meeting with my social worker or therapist. This is due to TTC's constant service issues, most recent and memorable, stuck in the slowest zone on Friday, September 13, 2024. Oh, I wish this was a daymare. Luckily, I was able to find a quiet corner in a subway station and use the imperfect TTC Wi-Fi service, making the impossible possible. Like many newcomers to Canada, I often struggled with navigating the TTC until the imperfect TTC Wi-Fi service was introduced in their stations. I remember the years I spent endlessly lost in the TTC, experiencing memory loss due to undiagnosed disabilities. At the time, I lived at Yonge and Eglinton, but was at Eglinton West Station asking a TTC employee for directions. I was advised, young man, go on the southbound platform and remain on the train until you arrive at Eglinton Station. If the imperfect TTC Wi-Fi service existed in 2016, I would have been more knowledgeable. I would have simply taken the number 32 bus. Today, I keep up with the TTC alerts and modify my routes quickly and independently thanks to the imperfect TTC Wi-Fi service that has made the impossible possible. Low-income earners are oftentimes told to shop around to make the impossible possible. Seemingly, the TTC has not shopped around. $17 million to upgrade and keep public Wi-Fi? Rogers, there are TTC commuters who cannot afford mobile data to increase your profits. That's like taking away my pair of scissors I used to cut my empty toothpaste tube this morning. Without access to free Wi-Fi, the digital gap and the fare evasion gap will widen simultaneously. I will possibly become a fare evader too. TTC and Rogers, transparency and common sense over dollars and cents. Improving and expanding the imperfect TTC Wi-Fi service is the only route to make the impossible possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Elton. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, we will move to questions of staff. Anybody? Okay, okay, sure. Councillor Holiday, 5 minutes.
Without causing a security concern, to the extent that it's available, can we understand a little bit about what the technical problems are from a security standpoint with the existing system? And if we can't talk about it in public, I understand, but I know there were some identified.
Through the chair, that is an in-camera conversation.
Okay.
On the security issue.
Would it be fair to say that it's not easily remedied?
That's correct, unless it's fully replaced, it's not easily remedied.
Fully replaced, okay. So just to make sure I understand the technology correctly, we are talking about wide fidelity, I think it is, Wi-Fi, which is local internet access, which is different from cellular data. Cellular data is what I've got because I pay a monthly fee on my phone.
That's correct. Through the chair, that's correct.
Now, things have changed with cellular data, has it not? My ride in from Etobicoke is not bad. I get cellular data reception in stations, not like just Old Mill anymore, but I seem to be getting pretty good reception when I pull into the stations. Is that correct?
Through the chair, as of fall 2023, all stations have cellular service and data services through your phone.
Right, and now and also in the tunnels. Coming.
Through the chair, it's coming, but I believe it's already available in the underground U.
So not all the tunnels, but some of it works.
Correct.
So why, and I appreciate the discussion from the speaker, that's a specific circumstance, but, you know, so if the cell phones are working, you know, is there like demand for Wi-Fi data like what I would get at Tim Hortons or the library?
Through the chair, we've noticed that ever since the fall of 2023, when the 3 telecommunication providers have started providing the 5G service, the demand has dropped about 60%. So prior to the launch, there was about 23,000 average users, unique users per day. After the launch, we're seeing about 9,700 average users per day. So
That's across the system. How many people is that out of?
So there's an average about 550,000 unique users at the TTC. So that's approximately about 1.76%.
Okay, so these people are still, is it called T-Connect or something?
Correct. It's T-Connect. Yeah.
So I authenticate when I'm in a station, presumably waiting for my train, with my face buried in my phone. Like that's what that's for, right?
Correct. On the platform only, on the subway station platforms.
On the platform of the subway station. So I literally have to be waiting for a train.
Correct. So maximum passenger will be waiting 3 to 5 minutes for a train. It takes about a minute at best to connect to the service. So there's about a useful of 2 to 3 minutes of internet browsing before the train has arrived and the passenger goes inside the train.
Can I watch YouTube and watch my Netflix shows and all those fun things, or is it internet browsing?
Through the chair, my own personal experience, you can download one newspaper article, or you can look at your emails quickly, or send a few WhatsApp messages before the train arrives.
Okay. And just for comparison, the T-Connect network is similar to that which is found in places that offer free Wi-Fi in the city, like a Starbucks or I don't even know if they do. I don't.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And so we had that, and just very quickly, where did this come from? This T-Connect network?
So through the chair, in the initial procurement of the BAI service back in 2012, there was no mention of a public Wi-Fi. The procurement was for a wireless infrastructure to provide cellular service. This was a service that BAI had provided at that time with no contractual obligations.
And where in our strategic plans does it talk about offering free Wi-Fi on the platforms?
Through the chair, I don't think that that's identified as a specific in our strategic plan. I think, though, you would find language that would address wanting a connected, a better customer experience.
It was a trick question, I'm sorry. And do you think the 5G connectivity is pretty good at satisfying customer experience expectations?
To date, as the build out is, we have had good feedback through the chair, good feedback from our customers on the quality of connectivity that the 5G has provided.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's still gaps that are being built out, so that could also be provided in the
They can get me all the way home.
That's your final comment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Any other questions of staff on this? Commissioner Osborne, 5 minutes.
Yeah, I know that this 5G works for those of us that have phones with data, and I'm just wondering, and I'm assuming it would have been in the report, but it's going to cost $17 million to fix, I guess is the right word, an already not very good system. Is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. So it's about 11.7 million capital investment with an ongoing 1 million operating cost.
And given how technology, given how technology is evolving, I'm just wondering if there isn't some better way, I don't know, that Elon Musk or somebody has come up with that would offer a better solution.
Through the chair, I think what we strive for is connectivity and a connected system, literally and figuratively, for our customers. We're not going to dictate what pipes are used or what infrastructure is used to get that connectivity. We recognize that will change over time. So we'll continue to work with the city, with telco carriers and others to provide that connectivity. It's not necessarily a Wi-Fi question, it's a connectivity question that we want to answer. And that aligns with kind of the city's kind of ambitions around connecting people.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair De Laurentiis?
I want to understand the operational requirements that it would, what are we getting into aside from the cost? What does that mean? Maybe explain that to me a little bit more. We're not experts in this field, so what would it require us to build in terms of resources and knowledge and expertise?
Through the chair, so this would be a service that's provided by Rogers, so they would be doing the install of the new equipment and supporting that equipment as well. So there's two options that were provided by Rogers. One was to use the existing system. However, the existing system comes with risk to the TTC for a commitment of 18 months, and that comes at a cost of about $1.8 million. And then the second option was to replace and install new modern equipment to provide the public Wi-Fi, and that was the cost I had stated earlier.
Okay, so if I understand it, one is kind of a patch of the old system that is there. The other is a much broader service, which we would probably want, if we go that route, we would want to consider as a service across our entire system.
Through the chair, that's correct. So the first one you mentioned is a patch. So the system is already end of life, so it's about patching an end of life system.
Okay, so I wanted to understand that. Earlier, I think, I don't know who made the comment, but we often can be driven by individual cases, and it's a dangerous way to go because we can't fix every single problem. So I guess my other question in that statement is, and it may be embedded in the motion that Councillor Matlow is putting forward. Can we just do just a better assessment to really understand what we're getting into, what service we should be requiring, what leverage, what other resources we might be able to leverage, for example, working with colleges and so on. But before we get into providing a service at an expense that we clearly may not be able to afford. I'm not sure if that's whose question that. Maybe it's a question of the. So you know what? It's a question to the mover, but after you put the motion forward, how's that?
So through the chair, if I just may just to some of those points, though, to be clear, BAI provided the service for us for free. So any extension beyond year end would require funding in the budget for 2025, regardless of option 1 or 2 if that were selected. So we'd have to be clear about the implications of that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Matlow?
I was noticing when staff were speaking to the $17 million number, you were referring to notes. Is this a number that the TTC came up with, or was it provided by Rogers?
Through the chair, it was provided by Rogers.
So can you articulate, has Rogers been able to give evidence and to provide a full justification for that number, given that I've heard from other industry experts that have said that number is absurd and that it could be delivered for far less?
Through the chair, we have not compared to other suppliers.
Okay, so you just, admittedly, we've taken that number and that's the number they gave us, but we haven't actually verified whether or not that is a necessary number.
So through the chair, we've cross-referenced it with the cost of an in-house build, and it's aligned to what that would cost for an in-house build.
But we haven't verified Rogers' number.
Sorry, I missed the question, sorry.
In other words, they've given us that number, but we haven't provided evidence by Rogers that it would necessarily be that number. Is that fair?
Through the chair, so we have not had negotiations with Rogers on the numbers.
Okay, thank you. And would we need some type of wireless for internal an internal connection as well for the TTC, even if it's not public facing?
Through the chair, we think that there's significant operational benefits to the TTC by having better connectivity.
Yeah.
As we see it right now, the better connectivity we've gained from that is from the build out of the 5G network, so we can better speak to employees and customers on platforms, et cetera. And so again, whether it is Wi-Fi or 5G, maybe it's a little bit secondary, but what we do want and need and have seen the benefits from is better connectivity so that we can do those things. We have then a list of other, kind of customer facing and operational benefits that we would like to tackle with better connectivity, whether it be through 5G, as we're seeing and experiencing now, that we weren't through Wi-Fi, or I guess at some other method.
Currently, we use Wi-Fi for internal, do we not?
I think we use it for moderate internal uses, but the 5G has become a better
but
tool for us.
and that's something that's being rolled out.
Yeah.
But from the public-facing perspective, so the service has been really allowed to deteriorate for years, and it's at a level now where there's been a drop of 65%. But that's still roughly 20,000 or more logons every single day. Have we considered a plan for the many, many thousands of people who are entirely reliant, they can't afford, they're on the other end of the digital divide, they can't afford these expensive telecom plans? Have we considered a plan already to ensure that they have access like anybody else might have through 5G?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I think it's a really good point. And one thing we want to make sure we're doing through ConnectTO and through the city's broader ambitions is that we have a lot of real estate, we have a lot of assets, we have a lot of buildings, and we happen to have a lot of track. We think we can be a key player in providing that connectivity and being that kind of platform upon which ConnectTO is built. As we said earlier, we think that can really only happen through partnership with the city, through whoever telco partners we're operating with in this environment in Canada where there aren't many. But we think that there's certainly a role that we want to play, because at the end of the day, we want to have those customer benefits that broader connectivity brings.
I hope you understand, though, and I'll you've been through this, Josh. I'll phrase it rhetorically, but it's a question. That it's sort of a cart before the horse, that while there might be a longer game, there might be an aspirational work towards something different. To learn about this simply through a memo, but not actually something proactive at this board to then prepare to make sure that we don't have, we're not missing all those people. That's the concern that this motion.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, very fair one. I think the briefing note that was brought to the board was to alert them to a pressing timeline because of the end of the life of the system that we were staring down. And so we're happy that we've kind of surfaced this conversation.
I appreciate that.
Just because of that timeliness, and it is really time sensitive. So with the end of year coming
Thank
quick.
you. I appreciate your understanding of that. So I'll speak to it whenever questions are done.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this? Questions of staff, sorry. Commissioner Osborne?
We are only talking about subway stations here, correct? Is it all of them?
Wi-Fi is available, Mr. Chair. Public Wi-Fi is available at our station platforms. Some stations, by almost luck of kind of design, might have other spots where that Wi-Fi become available, but is to be provided on platforms.
And is it all of our subway stations that currently have this aging but free infrastructure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, all of our stations have that available.
So further to Vice Chair De Laurentiis' comments, I'm wondering if we were starting with a $17 million, let's just pretend that we had it budgeted, and we wanted to improve Wi-Fi access for those people who were struggling, would we pick subway platforms where people are only, in theory, hanging out for 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the feedback we have heard through customers, and our intent was over the balance of the year was to get more of that, is that because they do not dwell that long on platforms, that is one of the reasons why it hasn't been as useful to some of our customers. They've identified other areas where they unfortunately do wait longer for our service at our stations, namely around bus, where that might be more of a benefit. But we certainly have heard through our customer feedback that because our train service is relatively frequent, that the time that they dwell on platforms doesn't allow for them to do a lot with the Wi-Fi.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll go with my questions, and you'll be in a second round. Okay. Does anybody else have questions? No? Okay. I guess my first question is, okay, go.
If we had $17 million that we wanted to use to help our customers, is this the top of our list, what we would do with it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a lot of $17 million needs. And so I would say that if we were put in the position of making Sophie's choice at this moment in front of you, I'm not sure that would rank at the top, but we'd also hope that it's not so binary. We have a lot of investments that need to be made, and we certainly value in having the technology in place to communicate with our customers, and both to them and from them.
Thank you. I guess my first question is just how the decision was made, as it seemed like the decision to cancel the free Wi-Fi was made without the board approval. Like, we didn't actually take a formal vote as to whether or not we wanted to spend the $17 million. We sort of found out in the news.
Through Mr. Chair, I'll start with that. My understanding is that the briefing note was prepared to go to the board to inform them of this pending deadline that we had been given, that if we did not pay the two amounts that our CIO had detailed, that would be the end of Wi-Fi. And so the thinking, as I know, was to get that to the board as soon as possible to surface that situation.
Okay. I recall seeing the briefing note, but it seemed like the decision had already been made. Like that we were not, especially as I was reading the news clips, like we were not continuing the service. And there was not a formal vote or...
Our recommendation, based on what we were through you, Mr. Chair, presented with by our vendor, was that neither seemed palatable, and that was our advice to the board.
Okay. Have we done any type of analysis to figure out who I think it was less than 2% of people currently using the T-Connect are? Like, have we done any type of analysis as to who they are?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've done analysis that would tell us what station they are logging in or attempting to log in at. We're not able to get from our vendor the actual identity of those people for obvious reasons. And so any other effort to assess that, we would have to do it through, I think, more maybe analog and manual tools to get a sense of who is using it. We obviously have some feedback that we get on our customer service portals that give us some of that, but we don't have, I would say, deep demographic data on the users outside of stations, and the nature of our system with so many buses depositing people at stations, hard to necessarily assume that we know where they're coming from.
And there was a free Wi-Fi pilot on buses. Why was the reason that we discontinued that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that pilot is still going on buses. The intent was for that to be operating in certain neighborhood improvement areas where the uptake on that has been very minimal. And so we would have to come forward with a decision on that too, but it's not budgeted for 2025.
Okay. And do we know why the uptake was minimal?
Sorry.
Do we know why the uptake was minimal?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we've actually promoted that significantly on bus and through social media channels and other platforms. There was initial kind of uptake in the earliest days, and then it dropped off considerably, and it stayed low, I think, between 6% and 9% on those buses throughout the pilot period.
Is the service comparable to what you would experience if you connected with T-Connect at one of the stations?
From what we've tested in the feedback, through you, Mr. Chair, what we've tested in the feedback we've received, it would say it performs better than what people have experienced with T-Connect.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Councillor Matlow, I believe you had a question? Okay. Does anybody have questions of the mover for clarification of the motion? Before. I'm just doing it this way, sorry, yeah. And then we'll go to speakers. To clarify, 3 minutes to, yes. This is how we did it last time when you were doing it, yeah. So Commissioner Osborne, 3 minutes.
I just want to make clear that there's some reporting back on the second part, but on the first part, are you asking us to spend this money? Because it says we are to direct staff to continue to offer the Wi-Fi subject to the completion of 2 things that aren't going to be finished by the end of the year. So I'm just, because that now sounds to me like we're going to start incurring real money.
That suggests that we need to negotiate with Rogers in a way that is not done before. No one is suggesting that we take on the entire burden, and certainly I'll speak to it later, but I question the dollar amount that Rogers has suggested. The way that we found out about this issue, recall, was not this brought to the board for us to consider whether or not we're going to continue the service, but simply a unilateral decision and then just an update that it's happening. So I don't want to assume that we're just going to let this go. But there's no budget line that has us pay for it at this point.
Well, it says we're going to keep it going, and I had understood that it was not going as of December 31st, and then we start paying. So I have to say that I'm uncomfortable with this lack of clarity on what our exposure is.
There's no budget line that allows us or directs the TTC to take on that budget. What it does do is it makes it clear that we are going to continue providing the service. This is a public-facing motion, right? We are going to continue the service, but we need to bring, it helps us, frankly, with some leverage to have a discussion with Rogers that should have been had long ago.
I don't know if that's right, actually. I don't know what to do with this, but I am not comfortable with the amount of uncertainty there is around this on the financial side.
Okay.
So right now I feel like...
Sorry, what's your question?
I've asked it, and it's been, I would say, no offense to you, but I just don't feel the comfort yet from what I've heard. That's...
Commissioner Sachs, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Right. So the item 2, you're asking for this CEO to report to us with options. So that I think I understand. What I don't understand is either the time, so your item 1 has no financial amount, doesn't include a budget amount, and doesn't have a timeline. Would you accept as a friendly amendment that this paragraph 1 be limited to between now and the October board meeting when we actually get some information?
I think that's reasonable.
Okay.
To allay some of your concerns.
Okay. And would you agree that if we're going to negotiate with Rogers, we're in a better position if we have our options open than if we've already decided that we're going to continue?
So the answer by Mr. Cole earlier, referred to sort of, I think, a longer game, looking at options for the future, no timelines or understanding of exactly what that sort of fully connected TTC will look like. In the interim, we have literally thousands of people who still, even though the service is pretty awful and frustrating, are still completely reliant on it. In fact, the fact that the service has gone downhill demonstrates and provides evidence even more how reliant they are because they're using it. And they don't have another option. So what I don't want to see is us to just remove the only option that they have.
Okay, well, let me ask you.
Until we've provided either, a better Wi-Fi or something even better that they can still access.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So certainly people in this city, and especially low-income people, have many, many needs. And we do provide free Wi-Fi specifically for the public at community centers, libraries, increasingly TCC buildings, and so on. Why do you think it is the job of the TTC to provide free Wi-Fi to low-income residents? How does that relate to our mandate?
Because we want them to be safe, and there's an entire city strategy to continue to expand free public Wi-Fi. We have visitors to our city who are seeking out access to free public Wi-Fi because they don't want to be spending a lot of money on roaming fees. We all do that when we visit other cities. But even more importantly, for the residents who we serve, we want to make sure that whether it be for wayfinding, safety, they're feeling vulnerable, and many other reasons, that they have access to the rest of the world, whether it be through 5G or Wi-Fi, wherever they can get access to it. And we don't want to have those gaps. And there are some people who can afford those expensive telecom plans, but there are many people who can't, and we can't forget them.
Final question, Vice Chair De Laurentiis, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Clarification. The first part of the motion seems to be it locks the TTC into doing a deal with our provider. And so there really is no, the message is do it, whatever. So I'm uncomfortable with that because it's just, if I were the provider now, I'd say, hey, you've got no choice, so here it is. So I'm more comfortable with part two. So would you be open to a friendly amendment that would say, let's do part two first, let's understand our options?
No, because this was a service that while, I recognize wasn't sort of contractually obligated, this was a service provided by BAI. It's been provided for the last 8 years. And it's, continued to decline and in many ways neglected, at least from my perspective. But Rogers, when they came in, they became our partner. They've decided now to abandon it, but it's not entire. I mean, the fault really isn't at their feet. When the contract was negotiated, I don't see any due diligence or real effort by the TTC to ensure that it was either Wi-Fi or some other thing that hasn't been said, but there was no effort to actually solve the problem of that gap, of that missing service. So I do believe that we have a responsibility to have a continuation of that service. And again, Rogers, I think we have more leverage when we are very clear about what our interest is and what we want to do. If we just throw up our hands, that's a different story. I think it was really important, though, to bring this to the board because we didn't have an opportunity. Staff never brought this to the board. For us to even have this discussion, no matter how you feel, but even have this discussion that we're having today and make a decision so that we can support our residents, our riders, it was brought to us in the form of a memo of a fait accompli, and I don't accept that. The fait accompli that Rogers would abandon the service and that the TTC wouldn't and hadn't negotiated to ensure that it would be part of the contract. So I do believe we have a responsibility to continue the service. And if not that service, then something better, but that hasn't been presented.
I don't disagree with you, but not in this form. So I can't support it.
Staff has not brought forward an alternative. There is no other option to support the many thousands of people who log on every day to this, as was described earlier, an admittedly imperfect service. There's nothing there to support them. And I don't want us to just abandon all those thousands of people who do rely on it every day. So unless there's something better and free and accessible that's provided to them. And remember, free means recognizing that most likely the people who are being impacted the most by the abandonment of the service are the people really who can least afford data plans, right? So it's great that we're having 5G. I want that to roll out. It's wonderful for most of us. But for those of us who can't afford it, we can't abandon them. We can't forget them. And unless you or I or all of us have some recommendation from staff saying, we've got something better that we want you to do, then we can't just abandon what we have today.
Thank you. Any other questions seeking clarification of the motion? I just had a few questions. In your motion, there's no budget line item that we actually spend money.
No.
So in your motion, is it assumed that this would end, that the Free Key Connect would end, I guess, when the contract ends, which would be December, from what I recall?
Yeah, there's no budget implication in this motion for the TTC.
So
Truly.
Have you had conversations with staff that the racial equity analysis from the Racial Equity Office, which is within the TTC, could be completed by that time, when the service would end anyways?
That obviously would be an important part of what's reported back.
Okay. Thank you.
Happy to.
Now can I go for speakers? Commissioner Matlow, 5 minutes, please.
So I recognize that I'm getting some questions about the budget. To be very clear, there's nothing in this motion that is part of the budget process of the TTC. So Josie can sleep well tonight. That's up to Josie. But here are the facts. BAI provided the service, and it had been rolling. It's been live since for the past 8 years, and over time the service has become more difficult and more frustrating to access. Along with that, there's been a decline in logins. But there's still, again, over 20,000 logins every day, despite how awful the service has become. And that, as I said, gives evidence to, even through the frustration of a really poor service, people are still desperately trying to log on because they need it, because they access it. Whether it be to up their Presto, whether it be to tell their boss that they're going to be late, tell somebody at their class that they're going to be late, or they feel vulnerable and unsafe. There's lots of different reasons why people use it, or to get a Google map up because they're lost. There's lots of reasons. But these are people who most likely are the people who can least afford an expensive data plan, which are expensive in Canada. Some people, many of us can't afford them. Many of us struggle to afford them, and there are many who cannot afford them. We have a digital divide in our society, and we can't pretend that that doesn't exist. So, we've heard from staff that there are ideas and possibilities and things in the future. But this wasn't brought to us as we want to phase this out, or we're going to stop this, and we have something better for you. Here's the plan, here's the transition plan. In other words, we're not going to forget the thousands and thousands and thousands of lower-income Torontonians who use this every single day. We're not going to forget them. We found out through a memo that we received saying it's done. And it was never even meant to come to the board. The only reason we're discussing it is because we have a motion in front of us. It shouldn't have happened that way. It shouldn't have. That's not reasonable in my view. So there have been numbers bandied out. Rogers claims that it's $17 million, but there's no evidence to support that. There's no justification. Part of my motion asks for us to understand why is that number there. I personally have heard from industry experts who have reached out to me saying that number is wild, that number is not believable, that it's far less. I want to understand why BAI was able to do it without any subsidies from the TTC, from taxpayers. How did it work through advertising? What other options might there be? But at the very least, we need to send a message to our partner, to the public, that we're not going to abandon a service here that we have, that as imperfect as it is, we have not been provided by staff a better option for those many thousands of people who rely on it every day. And we want to get the answers, and in a cost-effective, rational, reasonable way, we want to provide that connectivity that Mr. Cole described throughout our system everywhere we can. I believe that there should be a day where we actually do expand that to surface vehicles as well, because a lot of people would like the same access for many of the same reasons there too. So bottom line, this motion does not increase, does not add to our budget. It doesn't take from our budget and put it towards this service. It does not assume that we should take on the burden. It does ask for a cost-effective, creative way to continue a service that thousands of lower-income Torontonians, along with visitors to our city, rely on. And it recognizes that we should not abandon it, at the very least, before we have a better alternative to provide. So I'd appreciate your support to do that. And, you know, I know that there's often ways, like we all do this sometimes, where it's like, oh my gosh, it's going to cost us money, even though there's nothing there that says that it's going to. Oh my gosh, what if there's some other, you know, something else that we could use, but we don't actually have that in front of us. There's lots of reasons to say no to things.
Can I ask you to wrap up?
But what I want to give you comfort is that by approving this motion, we're giving confidence to our riders that we care about them and we're there to support them. We're putting ourselves in a position to negotiate with our partner, and we're also making sure that we get answers to relevant questions such as, how on earth did the number come up with? Let's take a look at this contract and let's make sense of it the way that I wish had been done many, many months before. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to speak on the item. I'm hoping I could propose a friendly amendment, just to put it on the screen, that I think addresses some of the concerns that we've heard, just to make it clear that all of the work is to be completed by December, which is when the T-Connect service would end anyways. So it just gives us the option. Yes, please.
Questions of the mover. I see it on the bottom there, bus and streetcar platforms and bays and stations. So is that an expansion?
That would be an expansion, but again, to come up to ask staff to come back with a pilot to see, because in the discussions we've had with staff, that's where the greatest need would be. So people are generally waiting for the buses longer, 15, 20, sometimes 30 minutes. And if you're running late, or if there's actually a security or safety issue, that's where Wi-Fi would be needed the most.
And it's on board the vehicles too, right?
No, this would be at the platform. So Scarborough Town Center, for example, a platform where you're waiting for the bus.
I see. Thank you.
And I've confirmed with Josh Cole that the T-Connect contract runs until December 2024, so there will be no budget implications for this.
This is a request of the mover of the friendly. There's nothing in there that looks at the costs of, on the first section, so we're going to do an equity impact. And if we are looking at a report coming in December for a service that there is in fact charges start after December 31st, that we understand what the financial implications are as well as the equity implications.
So an EXO directs staff to come with an financial implications as to what it would look like if we were to continue the service?
Well, I don't know. I just don't want to sign a blank check, and right now, that's what we're being asked to do.
No, it would end December.
No, but then we have no time to move. If there is a decision that we should be moving forward with this, we have no time to move because the service we start paying as of the 1st of January.
No, I don't think.
They're nodding. Yes, they're nodding.
I thought the service would just end December because we haven't actually authorized the payment beyond that. It's not in the budget.
Roger says it ends or you pay.
Yeah.
And if you pay starting January 1st.
So unless we vote to pay, then it just ends.
Then it would end. Right.
No.
Sorry?
Unless we pay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So you would require the results. You'd require the outcome of this motion to determine what you want to do with it before December 31st and ensure that there are funds in place starting January 1st because we do not pay for it today. That's it. If you proceed, yes.
Yeah, quick question. Is it even, and maybe this is to the staff, is it even possible to do item one? Like, how do we know who the individuals are who are accessing? They don't have a plan, are we asking the impossible? Where's the data?
So through the chair, we have reached out to this group, and so they're kind of on the ready, knowing that this might happen today, and have agreed that they could do this work. I told them that it would probably be quite a rushed timeline, considering we have to get this information to the board before we extend or make any kind of decision. And so they've said that they would work within the timelines that they're given by the board to produce what they can. Given the limitations of data.
This is asking for concrete impact on individuals. But how do you know who those individuals are? You actually have a line to those individuals?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would think there would be a lot of assumptions that would be put into
Okay, so
this
it's
work.
guesswork. Yeah.
I'm not.
Modeling. Sorry to put words in your mouth, Josh.
It would be, through you, Mr. Chair, it would be really good work and analysis, but we would have to rely on some proxy data and some other tools because we don't have it through the user when they log in.
Okay.
And who would do it? Who would do the work?
We have through you, Mr. Chair, we have an office within the TTC, a racial equity office that would do this work, at least on the equity side. There's obviously on the pilot that is mentioned in the motion, we would have to go to the same vendor to get that costing from them.
Are there any questions on the amendment? Commissioner Sachs?
I have a lot of concerns about this. I mean, it seems to me that you're saying, we're telling staff we want a plan for expanding free Wi-Fi without, by the end of December, we're going to get a plan. So we're going to get the plan, but our budget will already have to have been submitted. Are you proposing to be asking in the 2025 budget for the city to provide money for us to be subsidizing Wi-Fi?
No, because there's actually no requirement that we would actually approve the plan. It's just, what would this look like?
Okay, so you're not directing them to come back with a plan to establish it.
Plan.
Would you accept as a friendly amendment then directing staff to give us pros, cons, and costs for doing this?
Analysis, like a cost-benefit analysis.
Right. Well, because it seems to me you're saying go, and what I think what I'm hearing around the board is we need a lot
Actually, not
more
my motion. Sorry, I can't say that.
Okay, but this was,
So that's actually a question for
but you amended it to be a separate,
line item, but
All right.
would that be okay with you, Commissioner Matlow, as a cost-benefit analysis as to the pros and cons of establishing Wi-Fi on the bus and streetcar platforms? Yeah, okay.
and then I mean, if the Racial Equity Office is being asked in a big hurry to make a whole batch of assumptions about people where we have no accurate information who's using it, are they going to be able to give us anything more useful than to say, some of these people are bound to be low income, and for them, they might use it a lot? I mean, what can we get that's useful out of an analysis that doesn't have real data?
So I think we should let the Racial Equity Office do its work. That's why, in part, we have a Racial Equity Office. I would have liked this work to have been done before this decision was actually made, so it wouldn't be rushed in this decision. TTC was, from my understanding, we were told that this would be a decision of Rogers to discontinue the service earlier this year. So in an ideal world, that would have been done earlier. It wasn't. And no one's not blaming anyone or throwing anyone under the bus, but I think it's important that we actually understand how this affects our riders, all of our riders. No one's under any illusions that the work will be perfect, but I think if we at least have a basis as to which to make the decision, because it does obviously impact people's lives, as we heard from the deputant. All of us, I think, have the right to send an email to tell work that we're running late. I don't think that should be reserved for simply people with phone plans. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. So I think, again, we're not asking staff or TTC to spend money. We are saying, what would it look like? Could you come back with a plan? And I think that's a very reasonable thing to ask.
Well, I want to start with the first piece. I mean, my question was, you say let the Racial Equity Office do its work, but they can only analyze data, and what we already know is we don't have data. We don't know who's using it. We don't have access to information as who's using it. We don't have access to information about the income of the people who are using it. So what is the data on which the Racial Equity Office will be providing as meaningful analysis, other than what we all already know, which is that some people who use it don't have cell phone plans and may not be able to afford them? But
Well,
we know,
again,
we're not going to know more than that.
Well, actually, you can. If you do other types of research, you can ask qualitative surveys, you can do focus groups. There's lots of ways to get information.
So are you asking them to do that? Because
I'm not asking them to do, I'm letting them decide and to figure out what's the best way to do this. That's why we have a Racial Equity Office to do this work. I'm sure they're very, very smart people that are capable of doing this.
Given and is it, in your opinion, is it adequately clear that when December 31st comes, the system gets turned off and we are not obliged to pay any more money?
That is not clear because, again, the TTC Board could make the decision that they would like to pay and continue the service. That is not part of this motion. That would have to be a decision by the board.
But we don't have a would you accept then, as a further friendly amendment, a recommendation that before, that this board be brought a recommendation one way or the other before December 31st so that we can make a decision about this Wi-Fi service? Because I don't see that explicitly anywhere.
Yeah, that could be added.
I mean, you've asked the CEO to report in October on some options and some cost options. I think we need to come back when we know something more. I don't want to slide into writing a big check to Rogers. So is that something that you're going to add to the motion?
We're just working on the language now.
Thank you.
You can. Yeah, we're just working on that now. December now. The December board meeting. Is that fair, everyone? So then we can decide when we're doing the budget if this is something we want to spend money on or not. No, okay. So I don't think we need to go through speakers on this. I think we've heard everyone. So,
Mr. Chair.
Would you like to speak?
No, I have a question.
Sure.
So if somebody could clarify for me. So when we were questioning staff earlier, and we were given a number of the people that they thought were using Wi-Fi on the subway stations, and that they said they had no way of identifying anything about those people due to information, due to privacy concerns. And now we're using the Racial Equity Office, and they think they can determine who those people are using focus groups and other means? Is that that's the road we're going down?
I mean, I suggested that focus groups or qualitative data could be a way of identifying people and just asking them, would you like to participate in a survey? Would you like to participate in a focus group? Josh, did you have anything you'd like to add? You look like you do.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think, obviously I don't want to speak for the Racial Equity Office and what tools they'll use. We do have some information about who at our stations, how our stations are used. The trick always being our stations, lots of buses from lots of different parts of the cities descend on those stations. But we'll certainly work with them to make sure that the data is as meaningful as possible to inform the board to make their decisions.
But earlier you said you had numbers, but no way to identify anything about those people due to privacy concerns. And now we seem to have flipped. So we're using the Racial Equity Office, and you think there's a process to identify those people now?
Through the chair, I don't think there's a way to identify those users per se. That would always be kind of separate because those are private and we don't have access to that. And I can't speak for the movers of the motion, but I think the Racial Equity Office could do work to assess how this decision, one way or the other, could impact some of our customers. Not necessarily these specific unique users, but customers in general who are using our system.
Clarification. I see other elements of that, the task list, if I can put it that way there, as pretty difficult to execute. So B, under 2, assessing with the example system, critical system updates. Well, we know that the previous providers had run out of development room. I mean, what would be the point of that? I think we know the answer to that. It's yes, but we weren't paying for it. The other under C, we're really asking for an analysis of the contract, what it would deliver. So I just see there's a lot of elements here, a lot of work here that are not possible to complete. So I just don't know what this is going to give us. And I see it as a bit of a, make work project, if I can put it that way. To me, what would make more sense, and again, I guess it's a question of both movers, the mover and the amender, is to say, I mean, ultimately, I think we're all on side with the idea that we want to provide access to our customers. Because there's a huge value in that. There's customer service, there's retention, all of that. But why do it through this short-term project when we can look at it in the longer term? Fair enough that there will be dislocation. You know, we are taking something away from individuals. I think that's a fact, and it's a sad fact. But it just seems to me that we are creating a project, an analysis of a project and a service that that is almost impossible to deliver on, distracting when we need management to do other things. And regardless of, you know, when we say it doesn't cost anything, it actually does. There's a whole lot of hours that we're asking people to spend when they should be spending it on other things. So I have real difficulty with it and with the amendments, so I can't support it.
That's fair, but I would just say to that, again, the people that depend on this service are the lowest income people. These are the people who have the most trouble already navigating. Well, I think we can do more than just feel bad. I think we can actually do something. If the answer is, you know, it's just not practical, that's the answer. But at least we can show that we did do the analysis. We didn't just say, okay, we're not going to do it because it costs money. I think that's fair. I think that's fair, and I think that's something that we owe our riders. Of course.
I just want to provide, just to contribute to your response. It certainly is not make work. You know, we have not been provided as a board with any of this information. There's no evidence that any due diligence was done even to negotiate with Rogers back when the contract was approved with them to retain the service. And they've given us a number and they've given us, you know, their position. But to simply just forgo the service, we should understand more details about this decision along with the number that they've given us. And that will inform us about, like, before we just, for those of you who have sort of arrived at a conclusion that this is somehow going to be too expensive and we shouldn't do it. As the chair said, we have thousands of the lowest income Torontonians who depend on this every day, who use it every day. That without just doing that work, I really would submit to you that we're abandoning those people, and nothing in this motion suggests that we should, as an organization, be on the hook for the costs. But I think many of us would like to understand if there is an option that we can choose that could be borne by a partner, that could, you know, advertising was one way that, you know, revenue is being brought in. Let's look at that before we simply just wash our hands of it. And again, the only thing we do know is that it was brought to us in the form of just a memo by email to us saying it's done. And this gives us an opportunity to actually put some thought into it and do our due diligence in a way that should have, I would submit, been done before. And then we'll make a decision, and we'll make an informed decision. I'll just, one last thing. Please hear me when I say I'm hearing directly from the most credible sources who are saying that the information that's been put out there in the public is not correct. So let's get to the bottom of that, and this motion attempts to do so.
Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you. I am going to ask that we vote separately on the different paragraphs. I agree with the deputy chair that there's a lot of make work in this motion that I think isn't going to provide any value. The third paragraph to say, what would it cost to have a pilot project? I mean, I think that's a reasonable question. But I don't think there's any value in hashing over what happened to the old system. I don't think we're going to get anything from that. I don't think we're going to get anything valuable from the Racial Equity Office other than what we already know, which is that some of the people who use the system are very low income and they prize it. And we know that already. So I am going to suggest we don't need the rest of the window dressing. It's worthwhile knowing what would a new system cost. And it's worthwhile when we do that thinking about where are the best places to put it, which may not necessarily be the subway stations where they were before. So that's what I'm going to ask for, is that we vote separately on the different paragraphs and have a recorded vote. And I think that we should know, but we also have to recognize that our whole service is to provide transportation, mobility. I mean, that's why this organization exists. The city has got great ambitions for free Wi-Fi for everybody, but I know that there's no money for it. So ConnectTO, for example, was a program announced with great fanfare for the city that we should have free Wi-Fi. Let's start with for all of the Toronto community housing buildings because of the enormous importance of connectivities for social and economic life in the city. And they did less than a fifth of the buildings and the money ran out. And there's no more money, and there's no prospect of any more money, and none, I mean, I know this because there was no money for any of the 12 buildings in my wards, zero, and was never going to be any. So the city has grand plans, and that's a service that helps people where they live, which is enormously more helpful than having it for 3 minutes on the subway platform, and there's no money for it. And what we've already seen, the city shifting expenses to support the lowest income people onto its agencies like the TTC, and we already can't afford the basic duties that we have. So I think that we need to be really focused on what we are here for, which is a mobility service, which is absolutely critical for people of all income levels in the city. I would say especially for the lowest income people who don't have other alternatives. And we should be bending every effort towards making that as good as we can, given the choking financial constraints that we're in, which our CFO has just shown us yet again. And so taking on other things, other good causes, there's an infinite number of good causes that can sop up money. And our staff are already working really, really hard, so I agree we shouldn't do make-work projects. Let's just find out what a pilot project would cost and make a financial decision. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Councillor Holiday?
Chair, this is a hard no, and I would like a recorded vote on it. You know, we've been put in this position of trust, and we owe a duty to the riders, the people that pay our bills. And so, as my colleague has pointed out, our job is to get people from A to B safely. It is the backbone of our city and how it works. Here's $17.9 billion, why we've got, and 17.9 billion reasons why we need to be prioritizing the things that people trust us to prioritize, our unfunded capital. I can, in good conscience, support this. Because it is indicative of what I think plagues this board. We're being used to implement a social program instead of doing what it is that we're supposed to do, is get people from A to B safely. Furthermore, at some point in time, we're going to have to face others and explain why we raise their fares. I hope that day is far away, but one day it will come. And I would have to turn to them and say, among the things that contributed to that is the board decided to put Wi-Fi in the stations because 9,000 people versus 491,000, used it. I mean, if you take just use $17 million, divide that by 9,000, that's $1,888. Divide that by 120 months, say you amortize this over 10 years. Bet you it'll cost more than that for 10 years. That's $15 a month. This is like literally the level of subsidy. If you go onto the PC Mobile website, and look, I'm not trying to trivialize or be cheeky about it, but like a monthly data plan from them is $20. So it's just proportional, just to give a sense of what we're talking about. So if I haven't convinced you on those two arguments, the last is a really simple question. If the platforms are supposed to be for places for people to wait for an approaching vehicle for a few minutes, and we want people to be situationally aware, instead of buried in their phones, why are we doing this? To what advantage? If you stick to the subway platforms, frankly, I'd rather have people paying attention to their surroundings. And so we've drifted off into something that is way out of scope for what it is that we do. It's a nice thing, but it's not core to what we're here to deliver. And we have so many pressures here. The staff have so many pressures of so many programs. And I appreciate people's heart is thinking about others. But again, I made an earlier comment that you have a very, very small user case in proportion to the rest of the people that use the system. And I got lots of questions about those 9,000. And here we are spending this amount of time and energy on this and potentially this amount of money. So this is a no. I think you need to get back to the things that are plaguing us, like unfunded capital. So thank you for allowing me to speak, Chair. I feel passionately about this, and I just think it's symbolic of so many other problems that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will just briefly state, I understand the board's concerns. I hear you, but I also understand that we represent a city of inequities. Our service provides transportation to some of the lowest income people in the city, people who don't have alternatives. We are all happy to celebrate and thank Rogers, frankly, for the job they're doing on building out the Wi-Fi and 5G service, allowing people to call 911 if there's an issue, allowing people to email work if they're running late, etc. I don't see it as that large of a stretch to say that this same privilege that we are now all enjoying should be enjoyed by everyone, including people who can't afford a phone plan, which is basically what this comes down to. If you can afford a phone plan, this doesn't affect you. If you can't afford a phone plan, well, too bad. I don't think we have to be that type of city. We're not even asking to spend the money. We're just asking to do an analysis, which, as Councillor Matlow said, should have been done already, frankly. That's why we have a racial equity office, so they can do this work, so that when we are making the decision, we have the data before us. I think this, just hearing from the deputy in Elton, I mean, I can remember cutting the toothpaste in half and getting out the last bits and pieces. I grew up in public housing. I'm sure there are a lot of people in public housing who rely on services that are frankly not great. Like the Wi-Fi is not great. No one's saying that it's great. But the fact is that they're still using it because they have no other alternatives. And I think as a board, we really have to take that into consideration beyond just looking at, how much is this going to cost? How much is this going to cost? How much? There's always going to be a cost to everything. We just voted to look at potentially declining fossil fuel ads because, there's an indirect cost to, some of the city's transformed geo plans, but we're, again, giving up money. We're saying that we're potentially not taking money. So these are all decisions that we make as board members, and I think it's really imperative that we just remember that we are here to serve all of our customers, not just the ones who are on the higher ends, but everyone. And we are not asking the board to make any financial decisions at this point, but to simply ask staff to come back with the information so that we can make an informed decision. And I think that's consistent with the city's T-Connect or Connect-TO program, and it's consistent with the other goals that the city has been working on equity to make sure that people on the lower end of the economic spectrum have access to the same basic services that the rest of the city takes for granted. So, thank you. We will vote on the items separately, and they will be recorded votes for each item.
On recommendation 1, Commissioner Ainsley, your vote.
In favor.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Not in favor.
Commissioner Holliday.
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim.
Opposed.
Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs.
Opposed.
Chair Myers.
In favor.
Item 1 does not carry. The vote is 4-5. Recommendation number 2, Commissioner Ainsley.
In favor.
Vice Chair De Laurentiis.
Opposed.
Commissioner Holliday.
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim.
Opposed.
Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Moyes.
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne.
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs. Chair Myers.
In favor.
The item 2, or recommendation 2, does not carry. The vote is 4-5. On recommendation 3, Commissioner Ainsley, your vote.
Sorry, can you duck, Chris?
Yeah, oh, sorry. Here, how
In
about I move
favor.
up? Yep. Vice Chair De Laurentiis,
Opposed.
Commissioner Holliday,
Opposed.
Commissioner Kim,
Opposed.
Commissioner Matlow, Commissioner Moyes,
In favor.
Commissioner Osborne,
Opposed.
Commissioner Sachs, Chair Myers.
In favor.
Recommendation 3 carries on a 5-4.
And that concludes the business of this meeting. Can I please have a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Holliday, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much. I was convinced we were going to end at 5. I was like, yeah.